Good evening. I'd like to call to order the Planning and Transportation regular meeting for October 26th, 2022. And could we do a roll call, please?
Chair Lowy,
Present.
Vice Chair Suma,
Present.
Commissioner Chang,
Present.
Commissioner Heckman,
Here.
Commissioner Regdal,
Here.
Commissioner Ruparwar. Don't see her yet here. Commissioner Templeton is not in Zoom yet, but I know she will join us later.
She's going to be a little bit late, but yeah, she's joining.
Okay, we have a quorum.
Okay, thank you. And if we could read the information for public speakers, please.
Good evening. Pursuant to AB 361, this meeting will be held with the option to attend by teleconference or in person. Members of the public may provide live public comment by submitting a speaker card prior to the start of public comment on that item. Speakers may address items that are not on the agenda during the oral communications portion of the meeting. Spoken comments via a computer or smartphone will be accepted through the Zoom app. To address the commission, go to zoom.us/join. Meeting ID is 916-4155-9499. When you wish to speak, click on raise hand. To offer comments using a regular phone, call 1-669-900-6833 and enter meeting ID 916-4155-9499. When you wish to speak on an agenda item, hit *9 on your phone so we know that you wish to speak.
Okay, thank you very much. And so our next item is oral communications. If someone either in chambers or online would like to speak on a subject.
Yes, I have received one speaker card for oral communications, and it is Liz Gardner.
Right. And so these are on items that are not on the agenda tonight.
That's right.
Okay.
Yeah, I just, good evening. Thank you. I just was really curious, and you guys may be doing this already, but it appears like we're playing a kind of a shell game with a lot of the viable, feasible properties that would provide really good all-income housing spots within the downtown and California Ave and down ECR. I was wondering, it might not be a bad idea to form some kind of ad hoc subcommittee that would, as a whole, instead of playing kind of a shell game where one week one property is on and then the next week another, parcels off, that a subcommittee, ad hoc committee would study all these different sites like the University Transit site, like parking lots that are owned by the city, either surface or multi-level. And of course, I know this is on the agenda later, but the Fry site, which is owned by Sabrato, but zoned residential. Incorporate these different areas as a whole unit because there's already infrastructure in place. They're near schools, they're near shopping, they're near city services. And for all levels, all ages, all incomes, all abilities, multifamily. I just think it really would be a cool thing to do. That's it.
Okay, thank you. Are there other speakers, Medina?
No, I don't have any other speaker cards, and I do not see any raised hands in Zoom.
I don't either, as I'm looking at the screen here. Okay, great. So we'll close oral communications. Are there any agenda changes, additions, or deletions?
No changes.
None from commissioners? Okay. So now we'll do the director's report.
Good evening. Amy French, Chief Planning Official. So we have a number of items tonight, one of which will be going on after this meeting to Architectural Review and Council, and that is the 1700 Embarcadero Road project. You'll hear from Sheldon tonight on that. We have the continued discussion tonight on the Portage project, or otherwise known as Sobrato. Just to say, a couple nights ago at Council, they began to hear that item, and not that item, sorry, the NVCAP item, tangential. And they did continue that discussion until their meeting in November 14th. So there's an opportunity there to tune in. There were some good questions that they asked. Then also on Monday, the permanent parklet program discussion was held and went fairly late into the evening and to the next day. So if anyone is interested in catching up on that, you can get the short version, which is in the abbreviated action minutes. And those are uploaded onto our webpage. So we'll be coming back to the council in December with the permanent ordinance to go along with those permanent standards.
For the park,
And
for the new
For the
parks?
parklets, yes.
Parklets, I mean,
Permanent parklets.
Okay.
Then let's see, the next couple of meetings we have we've postponed the 11/9 meeting, and that is the regular date for the meetings. It's now on November 16th. So we have several items for that. I mentioned a couple of these last time. Those are still on the agenda. We have the review of the comp plan, the implementation, a planned home zoning at 660 University, and I'm planning on bringing an informational report to update the Planning Commission on regulations that were adopted by council for the Title 16 and related upcoming pending zoning ordinance changes that I'm preparing now related to electrification. There's a pilot program, the heat pump water heater pilot program that is going forward. And then we have representation. I'm not looking at it, but somebody is a representative in November. So
Commissioner Templeton.
Templeton, okay, awesome. So can work with Commissioner Templeton. There will be a couple of items there in at council in November that would be maybe of interest. And that concludes my report.
Okay, any questions from commissioners for staff? Commissioner Heckman?
Ms. French, I'm sorry if I missed it. Do we have any planning commission items coming to the council before our next meeting on November 16th?
Yes. On November 7th, the recommendation on the ordinance for CUP thresholds. So that will be of interest to our council liaison from the Planning Commission. So Ms. Templeton can confirm whether her attendance is available for that. Are you the backup for November?
I am substitute backup for that.
Okay. So yes, that's on the radar. Oh, the other thing on the radar for the more than just the liaison would be interested, I'm sure, review the draft housing element. So this is a joint meeting of the council and Planning and Transportation Commission. So that's everybody. Hopefully that's on your calendar. It's a Monday. And we do have a meeting that week as well. So Monday and Wednesday, lots of meetings that week.
Did everybody get that date for the joint session? Joint session of Congress, I guess. That is the 28th, Monday, the 28th. Okay. Any other questions from commissioners? All right, then we'll move to our first actual agenda item, which is a study session only. Titled Local Road Safety Plan and Traffic Safety Projects. And we'll have a presentation from the Traffic Department. And then at the end, it also says review future work plans and evaluations. So please include that in your presentation as to how we're going to potentially help tackle some of this.
Thank you, Chair and Commissioners. Let me try to share my screen. I think this is working. Is this the
Yes, we can see.
okay?
We got it.
Thank you. It's not able to see. Oops, that's wrong. Okay. My name is Rafael Rios. I'm a senior engineer with the Office of Transportation, and today we're gonna do a brief presentation and open discussion. Just a little background: our presentation's going to focus on the city's and countywide local road safety plan, and we'll also get into a few of the projects we're currently working on. And then, as you mentioned, we have other members of our Office of Transportation, and we can discuss next steps and stuff. The bulk of the presentation is going to be focusing on a summary of the countywide local road safety plan, which is done by the Valley Transportation Authority, and actually still in progress, but a draft final is currently out circulating. Just as a little bit of introduction, the VTA is our regional congestion management agency for Santa Clara County. They initiated the countywide local road safety plan, basically to assist all of its member agencies to be in preparing for the call for projects for the Highway Safety Improvement Program, which is a federally funded funding plan that focuses on road safeties, targeting fatalities and serious injuries. The CLRSP includes analysis of all the countywide data to identify collision trends and emphasis areas around the county. Safety partners from each member agency, including Palo Alto, worked with VTA staff as well as Caltrans to develop this plan. The plan did include public engagement that included an interactive online tool, as well as outreach through multiple social media channels, and was even featured on local news. Over 500 comments were received as part of the outreach process. The methodology that the LRSP focused on, one, it reviewed the literature from each agency, focusing on comprehensive plans and bike and pedestrian plans, including Palo Alto's. It looked at the collision history from 2015 to 2019, and as mentioned, it weights them for with extra severity, based on severity, with extra weight for fatalities and serious injuries. And for each agency, it identified 5 high injury intersections and 5 high injury corridors. The emphasis area, and it also identified emphasis areas which could include the type of collisions, the parties, whether it's bikes and peds, and other factors such as time of day, nighttime, or weather conditions. And finally, it also includes identification of potential future safety projects that might be suitable for Palo Alto. Up on the screen right now are the results of the analysis for the data from 2015 to 2019 that identified the top 5 intersections. As shown, there's the intersections University and Crescent, El Camino and Barron, Middlefield at Oregon Expressway, Alma and Meadow Street, and Embarcadero and Middlefield Road. You may be familiar with these locations, but they have a wide variety of travel demands and roadway geometries and other unique features such as rail crossings and school proximity, etc. This next table shows the 5 highest collision corridors. As shown on this, the high collision corridors include Oregon Expressway from Ash to Agnes, which is pretty much the bulk of Oregon, almost from El Camino to right around Greer Street. El Camino from Lambert to El Camino Way, Embarcadero Road from Byron to Newell. University Avenue from Crescent Circle to the city limits with East Palo Alto, and then Middlefield Road from Portal to Garland, which is really the area right around Green Middle School and California Avenue. So on the left here of this slide, I have the emphasis areas which were identified for Palo Alto. The emphasis areas and the primary collision factors. So bicycle and pedestrian collisions was identified as an emphasis area. And then a lot of the collision factors were rear end collisions, unsafe speed or speeding, broadside collisions, head-on collisions, and also nighttime collisions. On the right side of this are the top 2 intersections, University Crescent and El Camino Barron, and then showing the number of collisions that were recorded. And then on the far right shows some either recommended projects or projects that are already in progress. For example, El Camino Barron is up for a pedestrian hybrid beacon, and University and Crescent, we are right in the middle of a neighborhood traffic calming project, and also considering other improvements such as a pedestrian rectangular rapid flashing beacon crossings. The bottom 2 are the high corridor locations. El Camino to Lambert Way. You may be aware, but Caltrans is about to begin a resurfacing project and have been working on numerous pedestrian crossing improvements in this area. And then we also have Embarcadero Road from Byron to Newell. Byron is just west of Middlefield Road and continues to Newell Road. And what's identified are signal improvements. And we should mention that there was a pretty significant signal improvement at Embarcadero and Middlefield Road, kind of right in the middle of this data collection sample. I believe it was around late 2018 when it was implemented. So moving on, this next slide actually transitions to what's the city doing right now. On the left side of this table, we have some projects that are currently in progress that have safety elements to them. Most notably, like the Charleston Arrastradero Corridor project, which is the most high-profile project in the last few years. We're also in the middle of getting really close to finalizing a traffic signal modification at the design plans for San Antonio Charleston. Similarly, we're wrapping up the design for Churchill Road enhanced bikeways, and also the grade crossing at Churchill and Alma. We have other projects. I mentioned the Crescent Park neighborhood traffic calming project, and we're also working on a South Palo Alto bikeways improvements. On the right side of this table, we have several projects that we're currently evaluating. We haven't come to a determination conducted or warranted yet, but these are the projects that are currently in the evaluation and analysis phase. Oops. Okay, and with that, that's going to conclude the presentation portion. I know you mentioned discussing next steps and developing a work plan. We don't have that in this presentation, but that's just definitely something we're open to discussing. So, and that concludes the presentation.
Is it anyone else from transportation going to speak, or is that completed?
I
Okay.
believe,
I just didn't want to skip somebody because I knew you had other folks there. So
That's it for our presentation. I also do have our Chief Transportation Official, Philip Cami, here, our Transportation Planning Manager, Sylvia Starlack, as well as Eugene Maeda from the Valley Transportation Authority, who is a project manager with the countywide local road safety plan project. So,
Okay. So let's just jump in from commissioners to staff and ask any numbers of series of questions. I see the first light is Commissioner Heckman. Oh, was that left on from the last time?
It's a
Sorry.
leftover, but I have one question I could go ahead and
Sure.
ask.
Fine.
So thank you. First of all, thank you for compiling this information and bringing it to us. I know, I think Commissioner Reckdahl led the charge on this issue initially to get something to us. And so I appreciate that it's here now. So the question I had actually is on the intersection and corridor rankings, which are tables 2.2 and 2.3. Both the last column has something called severity weight. And what I noticed is that the first two items in the corridor rankings were significantly higher severity rate than any of the others in either list. And so I just wanted to find out if the severity weight, when I'm looking at corridors versus intersections, is that an apples to apples comparison, or is it somehow different in corridors? So I shouldn't think that, for example, that Oregon Expressway, Ash Street to Agnes Street with a 799 is, nearly twice as severe as University Avenue at Crescent Drive, which is a 409.
Thank you. I'm hoping that maybe Eugene, who's I believe Senior Transportation Planner at VTA, might be able to help us answer this question.
Sure, I can do that. So the reason for the severity weight scoring, well, let me see, the criteria is actually based on the number of fatal and serious injury collisions in that particular location. So for example, if you have a high number of fatal collisions, there's higher weight given to that particular location. And this is all developed by Caltrans following their highway safety improvement program criteria. So that's the reason for the high severity weight.
That wasn't quite your question, right?
Yeah. So to continue to build on that, is severity weight for a corridor the same as severity weight for an intersection?
It actually should be the same, but I'll have to get back to you on that.
Thank you.
I'd kind of like to chime in on that. I didn't think we got quite the answer there. So for example, Oregon Expressway Agnes is 799. Is that twice as bad as University Avenue at Crescent? And if it is, then it seems like we'd try to work on that one first. I thought that's actually what you were trying to get to, is it sort of double the severity, twice as bad?
I can chime in a little bit. I think what you're getting at is correct. It might not be weighted totally equally. From Ash to Agnes, I believe there's 4 to 5 traffic signals in major. There's no traffic signals, but there's a couple of minor streets. So I think the corridors may not be equally apples to apples.
Yeah, I think that's really the answer. Is it's not an apples to apples comparison, which is why there's 2 different lists. So you've got one list that's looking at one specific intersection, and then you've got this corridor that could have multiple intersections. And so you're not exactly comparing apples to apples, but I think that's why VTA did both of these. So you could see the severity on a corridor and the severity at a specific intersection.
Yeah. in the length of the corridor, 1.4 miles versus 0.3. I mean, that might bump if you're doing per mile.
Okay, let's go to Commissioner Chang.
Could you, I apologize because there were so much paper for this meeting that I actually left the VTA part of this one at home with all my comments in it. But could you flip back to the other screen with the intersections on it? Right. I mean, because to me, actually, my question was, is it correct to think that because University Avenue at Crescent Drive specifically has a severity weight of 409, so that's like a single location, has, fully half the severity of the 799 on the corridor, that this is a really high priority situation because the amount of change that's required to correct the problem along an entire corridor might be quite a bit, but to fix one intersection might be less, if that makes sense. Because it just seems to me that so is that the correct interpretation here?
I think again, this actually speaks to the fact that I think these are not apple to apples comparisons. So I think that's a little bit hard. But I do think that, in comparison, actually, when you look to some of the other cities to kind of understand where it fits in the context, I think that's actually kind of helpful as well. But I do think looking at them kind of separately as the intersections versus the corridors is probably the correct approach. That's how I would look at it. As these intersections, I think these are the 5 that have higher severity. I think it's worth mentioning, like as you noted, the University Avenue Crescent Drive has our highest severity weight, but we've also just implemented a safety project in that area since this study was done, or since the data from the study was collected.
And just, yeah, I agree with Philip on that. And just to point out, for example, that high corridor was Oregon Expressway, but number 3 on this intersection list is Middlefield, Oregon, right in the middle of that corridor. So that comparing the intersections, that Middlefield, Oregon Expressway, it's on this list as a specific intersection, but it's also part of that larger corridor sample.
And also similarly for University Avenue at Crescent Drive, which is the intersection, but then on the collision corridor, you've got University Avenue from Crescent Drive to city limit. And very likely that there's a connection between those, because what happens in that specific intersection is you had very serious issues with cut-through traffic from people that were trying to get in and out of Palo Alto. And that's why we had that neighborhood traffic calming project there to reduce and eliminate that cut-through traffic that was causing these safety issues in both at both the intersection and the corridor.
And also, if I can add, need to look at the number of fatal collisions, because those give more weight in terms of the severity for each of these locations.
So I had a follow-on question, because while I'm certainly concerned about fatal and serious injury collisions, I'm also wanting, I don't think it's the right, I want to prevent or to be looking at situations wondered about how we can do is how do we capture the near misses that happen. So one of the public commenters from a couple weeks ago was a member of the Safe Routes to School, I think, parent committee, and sent a pretty detailed report on a pedestrian and bicyclist crash report for Palo Alto. It's dated February 27th, 2022, by Arnaut Bolens. And it looks at much of the same source data, but then I also wondered, is there any way to Because this high collision intersections is specifically looking at serious injuries, right? Not at things that might not get reported, which I think actually, if you include that information somehow, it would point to where we could have a fatality at some point, or we could have a serious injury collision. And is there any way that we can get some of that data? Because I do see that there's a survey, but that was a countywide survey with 500 data points. Would a Palo Alto survey be more appropriate to capture some of that information? Because I personally have witnessed probably hundreds of near misses. And so I wonder if we crowdsource that information, if it might tell us where the next child fatality or serious injury would be.
I'll take a stab at this, and feel free to jump in if anybody else has any thing they'd like to add to this. But obviously we don't get a report on near misses, but just to note, what we do get is we get comments from residents and anyone, frankly, who drives through the city when they have concerns about an intersection. And oftentimes, when we hear complaints from somebody about something, first we take an initial look at it. But if we think that there's need or warrant for us to do additional study, that's how we end up doing studies for things that are not identified as places with severe incidents, because that's what we do first. Is we take lists like this one and we look at this places that have severe incidents, and that's where we focus our activities and try to improve first. But we do hear about locations that have had near misses or even incidents. Maybe it's not a significant amount of incidents, but we do hear about them, and that's when we do our studies. And I think one of our slides, we had projects that are currently in progress, and the second column to that, what is that, like our fifth slide or something? If you could go to, I don't know who's driving.
I am.
Oh, thanks, Raphael. This slide, as an example, Middlefield and Lincoln is one where we've heard concerns from residents that that's an area that we should look at. And there are other ones that we're doing that are not on this list, but we're doing evaluations to determine if there's a potential safety project that we can do there in order to prevent incidents before they occur, before they become severe incidents. And yeah, just to add on this, Sylvia didn't want to get on and say it, so she messaged me. But we have a lot of the times we get comments and suggestions, recommendations through our 311 system, which hopefully everyone knows about and knows how to use it. But it's readily available on our website. It's the 311 system. That's how we track and manage concerns or recommendations or suggestions. So if somebody says, hey, this street should have a stop sign or speed humps or whatever it is, that's oftentimes how we'll initiate a study for something. Just noting that we have a lot more requests than we can actually handle for these things. So there's always a queue. And also that we're continuing on with our existing current safety projects. But we do respond and review every single 311 request that we receive.
Hey, Philip, so maybe if I can also add that the current safety programs at the federal, state, regional, local levels is currently focused on reducing the fatal and serious injury collisions right now. Right now is reducing those types of collisions first. I can see that in the next round of funding, we'll provide funding for projects in terms of preventative type projects. But when it comes to scoring, it's automatically calculated in Caltrans's Highway Safety Improvement Program. And that's how all of the projects are prioritized right now. So those are the criteria which we are working under right now.
And to add, I'm actually on my other monitor, I'm looking at the scoring used. It does give a heavy weight for fatal and severe injury. It does, I mean, it also, gives less, but it does weight. I mean, it doesn't ignore the other collisions, whether it's property damage only or possible injury, but not noticeable, or if there's a visible, but not severe injury. They all get a different kind of score. So they're not ignored, they're just weighted less.
Thank you.
I just want to add on to what your question was there, because it comes down to how do you prioritize? It doesn't seem like it's exactly according to the severity schedule, because, for example, Oregon from ash has not been identified or worked on that's in this chart, even though that's first and higher than the other two. So that's kind of the question, is how do you decide how to prioritize? I mean, obviously some of it is money and time and
I'm sorry, I do not mean to cut you off, but I just want to note that although these charts that we have are for facilities that are within the city of Palo Alto, that does not mean actually that the facility actually is belongs to the city of Palo Alto. And Oregon Expressway from Ash Street to Agnes is actually a county facility, so it's managed by the county, not by Palo Alto. So that's not to say that we wouldn't prioritize it as a project, and that we wouldn't recommend it. I'm actually unaware if the county has done anything there since then. I'm not sure. Maybe Raphael has information, but just noting that that is how we prioritize our work and our projects.
okay. So that was the question, is that you prioritize it according to severity, right?
Well, I would say we prioritize it based on incidence and severity. It's both of those things. It's concern, incidence, and severity. It's all of those things is how we prioritize our work.
And just to add on that, I know the county did do a very significant improvement project along Oregon Expressway. I believe it was completed in 2016, but I could be off by a year or two, where they pretty much eliminated all of the permissive left turns for the streets crossing. I believe Bryant's the only one that's kept it for various reasons, but like Greer, Lewis, trying to blank on like Cowper, and even adding a new signal at Ross was part of their project to improve safety, because a lot of the going back in my memory, a lot of the incidents there were permissive left turns conflicting either with oncoming traffic or oncoming like pedestrians using the crosswalk at the same time as cars were trying to make turns onto Oregon Expressway. So
Okay.
So that was completed in 2016, kind of right also in the middle, or maybe towards the beginning of this data sample. So we worked closely with them on that project. So
I didn't, I'm sorry, and I missed it if Raphael mentioned this, but the county also added continuous bike lanes at Page Mill, which is right there as well.
Yeah, it's right at the edge, so right by Ash.
Okay. Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, thank you. This is great data. So I love the data. I'm a little disappointed. I don't think we went the last step, and for two reasons. One is I'm most concerned about bikes and peds. They're the most sensitive, most vulnerable. And I really want to see some of that data broken up, and quite often it's clustered together, and we have so many cars it covers up the bike ped. Do with it? What changes can we make to prevent these accidents? So, for example, if we look on the document on page 209, there's a really good map there showing locations of all these accidents, but it includes everything together, bikes, peds, and cars. And so again, the cars are covering up, and what a dangerous intersection is for a bike isn't necessarily dangerous for a car. So I really would love to see 3 versions of this, one for cars only, one for cars hitting bikes, and one for cars hitting pedestrians. And that might tell us how to address this, is that, oh, this intersection is dangerous for cars. What can we do? This intersection is dangerous for peds. What can we do? So that was one complaint I had. If you look at the next page, 210, on the bottom right there, we see something happened. We see consistent data for 4 years of about 370 accidents. And then we go down to 315 at 2019. Do we know why that happened? Do we have any idea, or is that just an anomaly?
I'll jump in here, but I'm not sure if Eugene might have other thoughts. But to answer your last question regarding 2019, I believe that reflects a drop in traffic volume that occurred because of the pandemic. Not sure if I'm correct. Am I right?
2020. So
that'd be 2020.
Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Yeah, I'm not sure what could be the correlation there.
Okay.
I guess the answer to that question would be, is there a similar trend in other cities, or is that Palo Alto specific?
And that's where, again, if we had actionable data for each of these years, you could see, maybe bike safety was taught at schools and we had better behaved bicyclists, or maybe we changed some speed limits or did some traffic calming and that's what improved it. But right now, you're just kind of scratching your head, like, why did this happen? We went down by 20%.
Okay. If I can add, this is a typical trend, just in general, not only here in Palo Alto, but also throughout Santa Clara County in the region. So the number of total collisions has decreased, but the number of fatalities has increased. And one is we're developing and expanding the bicycle network. All right. And we're learning as we go along. Sometimes just painting the bike lanes green is not good enough. So we're learning that maybe buffered bike lanes may be much safer, is what you're seeing now, especially and you'll see that like in the city of San Jose, where you're seeing the raised curves and literally delineating the traffic flow between autos and bicycles.
Mm-hmm. Well, I know, like Charleston or Rosadero, when I bike on that, I feel so much safer than I did 10 years ago. And it'd be interesting to see if we look at the reports of Charleston or Rosadero 10 years ago and then compare it to now. Is that part of the reason? Are there specific projects that we can point to? And if so, we should say we should do more of those projects.
So, yeah, and thank you. And I want to apologize to everyone for trying to add an extra year onto the pandemic. But I just want to say that I did do a quick scan of the document, and it is a trend in other cities. They've also saw a drop in 2019. We did have a pretty significant bicycle and pedestrian project that was quite controversial, but it did complete just before 2019 or in the beginning of 2019, which was our Bicycle Boulevards project. And Sylvia wanted to add some information about bicycle and pedestrian safety.
I just wanted to remind the commissioner or the whole commission that our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update will kick off in 2023, early 2023. And part of that analysis will include a collision analysis specific to bicycles and pedestrians.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be great. Okay, so then my next comment is on page 212, where we talk about 58% of the collisions occurred with other motor. If we have a whole bunch of bicycles, having 20% of the accidents involving bicycles might be understandable. But if you don't have that many bicycles, having 20% of your collisions involve bicycles, that's kind of scary. And again, I think this is data, but I think we could have gone the next step to try and make it more actionable.
Thank you for that comment. I was just going to say that you're absolutely right. That's something that we constantly try and consider when we're thinking about the high number of bicyclists that we have in Palo Alto. As we're looking at things, it's percentages are sometimes misleading when you talk about the percentage of people that are actually bicycling in Palo Alto.
Yeah, and it's hard to compare Palo Alto to other cities. We have more bicyclists than many other cities.
Absolutely.
Okay, and my next comment is on page 215. On the bottom there's a bar chart, and it shows the accidents by gender and age. And again, this is all accidents. It'd be really nice to see this by bicycles and by pedestrians. And that might tell you, oh, we really need to, we're seeing a lot of young kids getting car accidents. Maybe we need better bike safety at school or other things. Again, this is really good data, but if we broke it up into bikes and peds, I think it would be much more useful. And so then 216, we do get into the, I appreciate the fact that it broke out a whole bunch of this data into just bicycle pedestrian collisions. But again, it doesn't really tell you, it tells you that a pedestrian was involved, but it doesn't say whether the pedestrian was a jaywalker, whether they were in the crosswalk. And those are two different types of accidents. And one, you have to work on pedestrian behavior, and the other you have to work on car behavior. And again, to make it actionable, it'd be really nice to have more data of like who was cited. And I mean, that should be in the database if a ticket was issued for each of these. And so that might give you some insight into what was causing this. And same with bicyclists, the sideways hitting the bike while they're going down broadside. That's most common, but is that because the bike went out of the bike lane, or that the people were driving on the car looking at their phones and weren't paying attention and hit the bike? So that was my comment. Then I have a couple more questions about, okay, so during school hours, we see these flocks of bikes. I live near Charleston and Alma. And the light goes red and they all pile up, and then it turns green and they all cross at the same time. And the cars are zipping by, and these bikes are not single file anymore. They're 3-4 abreast. And the cars are feet away from them, going very fast. And they're turning right across the bike lane. And that just seems to be, you're asking for problems. So are in these bike routes, would we consider doing a bike ped only cycle during school hours? Because we have a really narrow window where the school hours are. And if you could give them, let them cross by themselves, that might be might be a way to avoid accidents. Is that something we've considered?
I could chime in. So Charleston and Alma is a unique monster in itself, but where we looked into that at a couple of the grade crossings, and it kind of doesn't work due to the grade crossing, but we do have that phase at about 5, I'll say 5.5 locations right now that are all near schools, where we do focus, or we do allow a phase for where pedestrian, we sacrifice a little bit of vehicular delays, but in exchange for for this separated pedestrian and bikes use the phase also if it's safe. So.
And just to note, and of course it's more complicated when we get to grade crossings, which you're very much aware, but the Charleston grade crossing is one that we're currently looking at with CPUC and Caltrans for possible safety enhancements.
Yeah.
Okay. So, for example, Charleston and Alma and Meadow and Alma, do we have any near-term plans to make those safer, or is it just too hard of a problem?
So we have we are actually getting really close to wrapping up the design for Churchill in Alma, which is right by Pali High School. And we are in the very, very early phases of looking at an improvement for Charleston and Alma. Meadow and Alma, we are not, I don't think we have anything currently in the plan to look at. I know we did just recently finish, we snuck in some pedestrian improvements, but it was really a damage due to a collision, and then we had to replace a pole, and at the same time we were able to improve the pedestrian waiting island over at Meadow on that northeast corner where there's a little short frontage road. We did some enhancements to that island there, but aside from that, and we don't have anything, I think, currently in program for Alma Meadow. Alma Charleston, we are hoping to kick off a project with Caltrans to look at that grade separation, or not separation, sorry, grade crossing, because doing a near-term improvement to improve, because that is one of the actually separate from this list. It's a whole kind of another subject, but the CPUC has a similar effort to target crossings and high incident locations with crossings, and Alma Charleston is one. So we're about to kick that off later on this year, 2022. So with them.
Yeah, and just to remind PTC, a similar type of project that had actually been reviewed at PTC and was later recommended by council occurred at Churchill. It's our Churchill and Alma Section 130 safety project that was initiated through a collaboration of the city with CPUC and Caltrans. And now that we're finally getting close to moving forward with construction on that one, we're working with CPUC and Caltrans to evaluate Charleston as the next possible crossing to get these similar types of safety improvements.
Very good. Okay, that's all. Thank you.
Vice Chair Silla.
Thank you. So I think Commissioner Reckdahl summed up very precisely what was sort of a general notion in my mind when looking at this. It was that it's a lot of data, but I didn't know where it was taking us in terms of recommendations for safety improvements. And then I wanted to ask about on those two tables we were discussing earlier, the corridor and the intersection, tables 122 and 123. It's a small thing, but it says at the intersection, it says University Avenue at Crescent. And then on the next page, it says University Avenue Crescent Drive W to city limit. And I was just wondering if that W meant West Crescent Drive, because there's West Crescent and an East Crescent, or if it was a directional saying going west to the city limit. I was just curious.
My interpretation of that regarding the Crescent was West Crescent Drive, as it goes in the loop. So that was the interpretation of it, was the western to the city limit, which is Highway 101 there. Okay, thanks. It was just a little. Because it's 0.3 miles, I assumed that was the direction.
Okay.
Yeah, 0.1 would be, I mean, East Crescent would be like 0.1 miles, I guess, probably, or less.
Okay. And then I didn't know 311 was I thought 311 was limited to code enforcement complaints and didn't realize it was for suggestions for traffic improvements. So I'm not sure if the community really knows to use 311 for that. So that might be something to think about. Or maybe it's just me. I don't know.
Well, I can guarantee that the community, at least many members of the community, do know about it, because otherwise we wouldn't get so many requests through it. I try and share that whenever we're sharing anything with a presentation, that 311 is the way to report not just code enforcement, but anything transportation, traffic related, and really anything, frankly, at the city. Sometimes we'll get something where it seems like it might be transportation related, and we realize, oh, that's actually something that needs to go to PD anything that needs to go to another department to them.
Okay, great to know. And then I've been reading a lot lately about distracted driving being the cause of accidents rather than all our best efforts to make intersections signalized and as safe as possible. Is that a trend that you have an opinion about or know something about or think we could do anything about?
Well, first of all, yes. The first thing I thought about when we were talking about near misses was I see near misses, and half the time it's somebody looking down at their phone or doing something where they're really not paying attention to driving. So I guess I'll just share my perspective, and I think that is a trend since the cell phones have become more of a computer that's with you everywhere. I do think that people are now taking meetings as they're driving and other things. So I think that's a reality. It does become an enforcement issue. And so it's something that I know PD is watching out for. That's primarily what we can do. The only thing I could recommend and ask is when you're driving in a residential neighborhood or in your city, be aware of your surroundings, be careful, like roll down your window if you can, so you can listen and hear people. Just recommendations. But otherwise, it really does become an enforcement issue.
Yeah, I've just anecdotally noticed more and more people turning left when clearly their green arrow is gone because my light has been green for 4 or 4 cars. I mean, it's really crazy how people drive. So, I was going to ask about there's pedestrian bike crossings of the train tracks associated with grade separations. Is there any reality to, or what's the possibility of getting those done first because we needed them anyway, ahead of the grade separations? And or has there been any talk about doing those first because we've needed them in our bike pedestrian master plan for a while? And also they'll really help with circulation, at least for bikes and peds when we are doing the grade separations. I don't know if that's premature to ask or if somebody could opine on that.
Well, yeah, I'm not exactly sure what the question was. I guess, more broadly, our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan will be looking at additional east-west crossings of grade separation. I'm not sure if there's any other specific question you had within there.
Well, I guess the question was, can they be prioritized and done in advance of the grade separation work? Because they don't.
So what I would say to that is I'm not sure.
Okay.
So the answer to that is I'm not sure. The question becomes, are they part of the grade separation project? I think we might be getting into a different topic a little bit because I'm not sure this is the same thing, but just to make sure I give you something at least on this. There's some questions regarding additional crossings and how they tie to grade separation. If they tie to grade separation, some of the things that we might need to know, as an example, if we were considering a crossing for pedestrians in the south, is whether the train tracks are going to be moving. Because if they're going to be moving up or down, we would need to know that before we construct a tunnel, as an example for bike and peds. So there are those challenges where, as an example, we wouldn't build a tunnel underneath the tracks and then decide we need to move the tracks down, and then we're going to reconstruct a bike ped tunnel. But those are things that the rail committee is currently looking at under possible synergies with the grade separation, and also our bike and ped plan is looking at the possibility and needs for creating additional bike ped crossings.
Okay, it sounds like it's just a little too early to know more. Thank you.
Before we go to the second round, I had a couple of additional questions. Yeah, the frustration is not only on what do we do with this data, but as you well know, so I'm asking you a hard question. I disclose that before I ask you this question. What can we possibly do to get data that's younger than 2019. Is there a way we can get more immediate data from the police department? Because we're making decisions with 3-year-old data.
Right. So I appreciate the question. I think just to be clear, I want to make sure that understand the purpose of this report and why we're sharing it. So just to note that, yes, we're sharing data that's 3 years, and we always get, unfortunately, collision data always lags. So that is the reality of it. We don't get, at least in the Office of Transportation, we don't get instant reports. That's something that takes a while to go through a process of, once it's in PD's hand. PD typically takes collision reports. Once they deal with it, they have to do a process in order to make sure that they can share the information outward, remove PII or anything else could be related to a crime or something else. So just noting that it's always a lag, but just noting that what we're here to share is that while we have this lag in collision data, the Office of Transportation has been on top of addressing issues in the locations that are within our jurisdiction. And likewise, it seems that the other facilities in our jurisdiction have been on top of taking care of safety concerns. But just to note that the purpose of this study that Eugene and his team at VTA worked on and consultants worked on was to take this data and make us eligible to apply for funding in order to fix areas that have high collisions. And so with this plan, we can update the plan in the future, and then we can use more recent data, and we can apply for funding in the future to help pay to repair any high incident corridors. So
Okay.
I just want to say that because I understand that, there's concern, from this committee, and, all of us have concerns that, it'd be great to have it looked really specifically at bicycle data or other information, ages, and all those things that would be really, really useful data, where we hope to look at more in depth when we can through our bicycle and pedestrian plan. But I just want to share my thanks to VTA for creating this plan.
Yeah, I think we concur on that. I also want to comment on this 311 thing, which I definitely never heard about, that this was a way to do it. But I hope we're not going to just single source. In other words, that the input from citizens comes in multiple. It doesn't have to come over 311, so we don't just have that narrow channel of information, and somehow try to make it known. Your mention of Lincoln and Middlefield is the second time today that I've heard of that. And this is the first day I've ever heard of it, because a lady came up to me on the street by a school this morning and said, "Hey, you're on the planning commission. Maybe you can help us." That, Middlefield to Lincoln is a disaster, and the cars are coming up on the curb all the time. And so I'm glad that that's in your, you have visibility on that. And I don't know quite how it was communicated, but let's just make sure that folks know how to communicate that. Just the detailed question that I had back in the packet was, you said there was 517 comments. I didn't quite understand the source of those comments and how we got them and what the time frame was. It was early in the packet.
I'll let Eugene respond to that. I just want to note that you are absolutely correct that 311 is not the only way that we solicit comments. Of course, we get calls and we get emails, and we hear somebody speaking at a meeting about an intersection. And so there are many, many ways. 311 is a great system, though, because what happens is if you have a concern about, say Middlefield and Lincoln, and you put your concern in there, you send an email to us, then you get tracking on what we're doing with the project. You get Raphael responding, saying, here's what engineering is doing with this project right now, and you get updates on it. So that's why we use 311. It's in my email signature. So anytime I send an email to somebody, there's a whole thing on the bottom that says, use Palo Alto 311 to report items you'd like the city to fix. Download the app or click here to make a service request. And I think that's pretty widespread throughout the city and our emails. But yeah, I really would encourage everyone to use that. That's not the only way though. But Eugene, do you want to talk to the comments received?
Sure, I
Yeah.
can speak to.
Philip, I just want to say I'm glad you have your antenna everywhere and are
Sure, I can speak to the 500 plus comments that that we recorded. So those comments came in through the project website, our countywide local road safety plan website. When we had a comment.
So were these countywide input comments? They weren't just Palo Alto, right?
Correct.
Okay, that's really all I needed to know. Before we start the second round, I think there might be a public commenter out here that we should go with. So, Medina, could you or
We have one speaker, Liz Gardner.
okay?
There is nobody here. I was wondering, can I have a little bit more time since I'm a TSR for,
I'm sorry, I can't quite hear you.
I said, I'm the only speaker. Can I have a little bit more time since I'm a TSR for the Palo Alto?
Is there any other speakers on online?
I don't see any raised hands for this item, but we have public speakers for next items.
Sure. Yeah, we can default to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair Lowing. Good evening. I do want to mention about the 311 service. It's a little bit cumbersome, especially for real-time data collection. Of course, you have to be on your phone or at a computer. So once you see some kind of issue or challenge, you either have to stop, and which might create another traffic problem, either on a bike or being a pedestrian or even in a car. So I don't think that should be the only way. He was talking about the data collection on the 500 countywide comments, and it would be really great to have a phone number in which to call right away, because, or just an email that's broadly broadcast so you can capture a picture. As we know, pictures are worth 1,000 words. So I'm here tonight as well to just talk a little bit about, I'm a resident of Mayfield Place, and it's on the corner of California and El Camino Real. I know this data that the Transportation Department is talking about is from 2019. And I do want to put a shout out to our transportation, our SRTS group at the city. I think, they deserve accolades for the drop in the number of collisions and accidents. I think they work really, really hard, and that 2,000 drop in that number is just amazing. I just want to give them a really amazing shout out. They're an incredible group of dedicated city service workers and leaders in our community. So yeah, I live at the corner of California. It's really terrible right there. We know there was a fatality of a young child in 2020, right on the verge of the shutdown. I think it was March. And excuse me if I get very emotional about it, because my children live within feet of that tragedy. That corner is just a mess. You are biking in a very narrow, almost gutter-like bike lane. There's a grate that you come up to. There's a bank. Then the 522 comes and it stops almost in the intersection. I mean, sometimes they even stack up two at a time, and they speed through California. The other, just before I forget, if you guys haven't Googled California Avenue recently, I do not know why California is called S California, like South California, when it goes east and west. And that is very confusing when people are looking for different destinations on that road to get to outdoor dining or to the research park there. So anyway, getting back to my point, the night before Paul was killed, my son, who had been going to do an overnight at a friend's house, showed up at home at 10 o'clock at night. He didn't call me. He did nothing. He just came to the door and I'm like, what are you doing home? And he said, oh, I decided I wasn't going to spend the night. And I said to him, this is a Thursday night. I think Paul was killed on a Friday night. And I pray for that family every day. And I said, you just don't do that. You have to call me. I don't know when you leave, he was 14 at the time, you need to let me know when you're going to come home, especially at dark and at late. And anyway, snowballing during that time. And the other thing that had happened that week was there was daylight savings, which is a very, very important factor for bike, ped, driving safety. I really believe that the city should work with Palo Alto Unified School District to really let us know calendar when that happens, because it just changes the trajectory of everything when something gets dark earlier or it's lighter for longer for our cyclists. So one of my ideas is, and I know this is very nuanced, and it might be considered radical, but what about, and this has happened in Petaluma and Healdsburg on a historic highway. Both those towns have roundabouts on Old Redwood Highway entering their cities. And I just kind of had this dream. I'm like, wow, what about doing a roundabout at Embarcadero and ECR, and then another roundabout at Page Mill and ECR? Because what would happen is it would calm traffic. It would make people slow down. And
It's time.
oh,
Please finish.
okay. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. Okay. If there's no other public comment, then we'll go to second round. Commissioner Chang.
So I just wanted to make sure that I imagine that the team does have the pedestrian and bicyclist crash report from Safe Routes to School from Arnout Bolins, because it actually has the data already analyzed that Commissioner Reckdahl was asking for, not probably in the granularity that we would like, but the source data must be there, which shows a probability to density map of pedestrian victims in Palo Alto specifically, as well as for bike and for vehicles. And what I see is that it's actually very different, that the hotspots are different for cars versus bikes versus pedestrians. And I would also imagine that the interventions might be different if it were a pedestrian problem versus a bike problem versus a vehicle problem. And so I'm sure that Ms. Starlack already knows about this report, but what I would really like to see is, because I think that the interventions are different and possibly also as a result, the cost is different, meaning if it could be as simple as painting green paint might make something dramatically better. That's much cheaper than, for example, the item that came before the PTC at Churchill and Alma. It's a different scale of intervention, yet it might make things much better for a pedestrian or a bicyclist. And so I'm wondering if there's a way to look at the incidents by mode, as Commissioner Reckdahl suggested, and see if there's any low-hanging fruit there, where we could make more immediate changes that could make really big differences for our bikes and pedestrians. Because when there is an incident with bikes and pedestrians, as was, I think, indicated in the VTA report, but may have been in this, I'm getting the two reports, but it's just much more dangerous for a bicyclist or a pedestrian. So that was one piece. The second question I had was, so many of these dangerous high collision corridors and high collision intersections are not under our jurisdiction. And what can we do as a city, right? So I see over and over in both reports, both the Safe Routes to School report, as well as the VTA report, that Palo Alto is doing great compared to other parts of Santa Clara County. And that's good. but I don't care, right? I care about how we're doing in Palo Alto, and I want to, we always want to make it better. So what can we do as commissioners and as, and in terms of lobbying our city council and in terms of lobbying the county? What can we do? What help do you need for us to make things happen at these intersections that, while they might be safe relative to others in the county, are still real problems in our city?
Thank you. I'll take that question first. Just to note that I really appreciate that question. Coordinate with Caltrans and the county when we see areas that need improvement and can use improvement, and we do advocate for them as the city. And we do recommend, if we see something that could use enhancements, we recommend those enhancements to either Caltrans or the county. But just to note that we don't necessarily have the authority to prioritize projects for them. So that is kind of the challenge, is that they have their own list of projects that they have prioritized, and might depend where Palo Alto fits into that, and could frankly be on a list, that is quite a long list. So I just want to note that. In response to the first question, I'm trying to make sure I understand what the question is, just noting we're aware of that. The study that Arnott did on bicycle and incidents. And we, I guess just more broadly, we are going to be undertaking our bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan update. We're getting ready to kick that off fairly soon. And that's really kind of one of the key things that we're going to be doing in that, is trying to identify ways to make our bicycle and pedestrian transportation network safer. So that's one of the things that we'll be looking at in that effort. And that's a really huge plan for us in order to set up potential future projects. I'm not sure if, Sylvia, if you have anything you want to add to that response.
I just want to say that collision analysis is a part of every bicycle and pedestrian plan, and that's why you update a plan every some number of years, because conditions on the roads change. You can't keep the same plan. We've managed to keep this plan for 10 years, but it is definitely time to update it because things change on the roads. Thanks.
Then the third thing I wanted to ask about is, I had seen in the same report, and I've also seen it in my role with like a PTA hat on, is the PTA's recommendation and the Safe Routes to School team's recommendation that the city adopt a safe systems approach, as well as a timeline for a zero severe incidents goal. And I wondered what the transportation department's or Office of Transportation's perspective is on both of those recommendations.
Yes. So I guess from a transportation perspective, that's definitely something that we would be supportive of. It'd be very helpful to us. Just noting that a key portion of that is data collection. It's a very, very data intensive. Typically, like a Vision Zero program has significant amount of data resources, and frankly, it would be an additional resource that's needed in order to aggregate and collect and understand and analyze all the data. So that is something that is currently a part of the SCAP plan, which is the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan. So that is something that's currently included in the Sustainability and Climate Action Plan as a manner of reducing climate impacts of of vehicular travel.
But it sounds like what's needed is funding, right? In order to bring that to life and to fruition. Okay, that's helpful. It's really, really helpful to understand. And then relatedly, what about the whole safe systems approach idea? What are the implications if say council were to adopt something like that?
I don't know, Philip, if you want me to speak to that. I believe the federal government is moving to a safe systems approach, so we're all going to have to do it. There's not really any kind of controversy about it. We're all going to have to do it.
Yeah, USDOT adopted it, so we don't have a choice about that.
Okay, that's good. Thanks. And then finally, since you've mentioned Middlefield and Lincoln, and can you explain how the prioritization for the county, right, like the VTA report, links up with our own internal prior one and everything else? Like, how does that work? Is it funding that drives it, or what is it?
Well, just to note, this this report came after we'd initiated projects on all of these corridors. So I just want to note that. And so some of this likely came from hearing residents' concerns, or from getting a 311 request, or from identifying collisions that had occurred. So this report, while I think it's kind of helpful, and thanks again to Eugene's team for putting this together. It's really helpful to highlight areas where there were issues, but most of which we've already been, working on. So I think that all of the different means are, typical tools. We have intersections that we are working on that were identified through all of those different tools and, different techniques.
Okay, Commissioner Hickman.
So 3 quick questions and a couple of comments. First question, an amateur question asking the professionals. It seems logical to me that the intersections and corridors where you have the highest number of accidents would likely be the same locations where you would have generally the highest number of near misses. And I'm wondering if any of our professional staff has, through all of the classwork and research you do, found that that's generally true, or surprisingly not.
Sorry, I just had my baby just run up to me after taking a bath. So I believe I understood your question. Let me just make sure I caught the whole thing. Was it where actual incidents occur, correlation to near misses? Was that it? I believe there is. Yes.
Okay. Second amateur question. Conversely, I would think that the locations, I would think that severity of accidents is more sort of situational. It's because, somebody's severely injured because they're in a small car and they get hit by a big truck. And so I would think that wouldn't necessarily be the same in every 4-year cycle. And so again, I'm wondering if staff has seen some evidence in their work to say that the severity factor can change even if the level of accidents at a place doesn't.
I think I'd need to see this over several years' time to make that determination. Because of course, what you can have is an area where there's a propensity for speeding, and that can cause a higher severity in an incident.
Yeah.
You could be right that multiple vehicle accidents, a really bad one, could skew something like this in a certain way as well. Just one.
Yeah. And that's, because I recognize that there's, even though it's 4 years of data, it's kind of a small sample size, right? At the number one intersection, 11 serious injuries over a 4-year period. That's not a big number. So then the third question is this TJKM report we have, which incidentally was just released in September. So it is fresh, even though the data is 3 years old for, I think, the reasons that Mr. Kamai explained. But I'm wondering if our city staff has access to, the appendices, the raw data that that allowed TJKM to compile all this information. I would think you would.
Yes, so we do have access to the raw.
Okay. Okay, so then a couple of comments. First, I just want to note that in this Palo Alto section of the report that we're looking at, virtually every figure we see would be higher if not for the work of our transportation department in conjunction with our citizenry and their active involvement in report. Over years and years and years. Because again, that intersection I just mentioned, that could be 15, it's 11. And so I'm appreciative that we're at that starting point because we've got a very strong transportation department, and we've been hearing tonight in response to a lot of our questions how active they are in studying and moving forward with plans for so many locations throughout Palo Alto. So I'm really deeply appreciative of that. So that's the first comment. Second comment is I do appreciate that the purpose of this TJKM plan is to inform funding from state and federal sources of places where the metric is the greatest severity of injury. But obviously that's of critical importance. But what I've heard tonight from my fellow commissioners, and I know this is shared by the transportation staff, because I'm also hearing it from you, is that it's great to have that funding source and that focus. We're interested in complementing that with a focus on the pedestrian and bicycle issues, because those don't move the needle in this kind of statistical analysis, right? Because they don't involve the greatest overall number of fatalities or serious injuries, because there are fewer of them. But as Commissioner Cheng said, when they happen, they're more likely to be severe. There are just fewer of them. So moving forward, I hope one of the messages that that staff is getting from us is with the raw data behind this report and the data that Commissioner Cheng mentioned a couple of times. We hope that that will reveal to you some places to target in the pedestrian bicycle area. To move forward with programs that aren't maybe federally funded or state funded, but are funded by us. So thank you.
Other comments from commissioners? Did anybody want to go forward with some other suggestions, or do we feel like that's contained in our comments of how we'd like to help and the kind of data we'd like to see going forward, and all in the interest of obviously reducing a very severe injury? Commissioner Rectal?
One thing we had requested before was have a periodic update every month or two, just have a quick view of what's happened recently. That would be very useful if we could do that.
So just to respond to that, and I appreciate that question, because we agree that would be very, very helpful, but just noting we don't get data on that month-to-month basis either. That's something that we do hope to, and I don't know if month-to-month basis would be even feasible, but currently the Palo Alto PD is working on updating their ability to produce reports for us in order to do this, because like was mentioned earlier, we can get data, but it's about a year old, the data that we get from the countywide database. PD is working on updating their system so that they can provide us with data more quickly, but just noting that they also have some staffing issues that they're dealing with. So I think that's the one thing that's kind of keeping that from being more frequently produced for us.
Okay, well, thanks for providing what you have, and thanks for having 4 of you appear to give us the full story. Appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. And also want to once again thank Eugene Maeda for coming tonight.
Yes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Aaron.
All right, we're now at 7:30, having finished that first item. I would suggest maybe we jump right into the second item, and then as we get through there, take a break in the middle of that, depending on how long that might take. Is that all right? Okay. All right, so just to recap, and no action to be taken. This is primarily on the draft environmental impact report and on the development agreement, both of which came quite late last time. So now the public and we have had more time to look at it. And the process here that was behind this, again, for any of the public that's listening, in addition to the people in chambers, of course, is that the applicant made a application based on SB 330. And subsequent to that, it was decided to negotiate different around that and move to a development agreement and stay out of litigation. The ad hoc on council met with the developer, and then this was all taken to city council, and they have moved it along with support, and now it's going through the normal process of us and ARB, et cetera. And we will be seeing it multiple times for things that we have action items literally to take on that. But tonight is not an action item. So kind of a question, and I think maybe I should address this to, and your light just came on there. That was very good. To Council Yang or Claire, is that, we can make some more comments. And the question basically, I think, just to get an opinion, is, what kind of suggestions do you want us to make or not make relative to things that are maybe more project oriented down the line? For example, last time a number of commissioners mentioned that, they felt we were potentially losing the opportunity for more housing here. So that was of concern. I think more things could come up. Just picking an example out of the air, somebody could say, well, what about making those townhomes have to also include 15% inclusion, which is outside of, the document that's come to us and the development agreement that's come to us. So just to kind of help our direction here, I wanted to kind of ask that, because if we did come up with that, it would be kind of a wish list from our perspective. And I know there's one from the public as well. Happy to go forward, but if you want to help guide us or give us a perspective, and then we'll see if we agree or disagree with you.
Sure. So I can take the first crack at addressing that. I think that at this point, staff is, seeking any initial feedback that the commission has, and it could be, saying questions that you have, why wasn't this included, or it could be comments about, I'd really like to see this, and I don't think for the most part that we are going to have a lot of responses tonight, but those comments we'll take them and they'll help us to prepare a kind of a better staff report for you for those action items.
Okay. That's fine. There is no staff report tonight because it's a continued meeting. So I think we could go directly to public comment.
Great. So I have three speaker cards, and our first speaker is Liz Gardner.
I'll keep this to 3 minutes. I'll keep this to 3 minutes.
Yes, thank you.
So I'm here tonight because I keep reiterating this. This is an amazing 15 acres of RM30 property or a parcel that is not only historic in its position and what it produced, food. We even know Funchu, what I found out last week was that he provided housing, and I'm sure much of the housing in that North Ventura area were homes that families and people worked in that factory. I also talked about, this challenge of parsing this out, like when you pull up a train track, it just will never return. And I think if this is broken up or downzoned in portions of it, it'll just pull apart something that is incredibly one of a kind, one in a century, one in 100 years opportunity for the city to really make good on a housing crisis. I also think that the partnerships are so critical. Let's see. Sobrato owns the property. Yes, I get that. They have also a subsidiary where they do an amazing philanthropic work, and they give low rents to some area commercial or nonprofits, and that's all great, and does some stuff in literacy. However, when you learn how to read, or you have a place to go to learn to read and you don't have a home to go and grow that, what good is that really going to take into the future? So I think that Sobrato really could scale this up. I really think it could be a spot. There's no single family homes surrounding this. It's like it's a parcel that on all four sides, it's just, a commercial area that's the zoned housing. Let's go for it. Let's work with Sobrato. Sobrato, do it right. I know you have the corporation has billions of dollars, and I think they could just be a gold standard, a national leader on this, and that multi-family, all incomes, all ages, all abilities, a diverse historic area that would honor Funchu's, this spot where food, work and housing was provided. Let's carry that on into the next century. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Who's next?
Next speaker is Jeff Levinsky.
Good evening, commissioners. Thank you for holding this extra session. I want to talk about traffic and the DEIR. You may know that a few decades ago, there was an appeal of the WeWork building, and I think it lost by just one vote, but the issue was traffic. Then a few years ago, the owner of the building at Page Millen Park proposed expanding the office, did a traffic analysis, which showed there would be a significant impact on traffic flow on Oregon Expressway, and that ended up scuttling that project. So I was looking at the DEIR to see how it is looking at the traffic analysis for the Sobrato proposal. And what I couldn't find in it is any mention of the anticipated growth in the NV cap plan and how that would combine with the what's going to happen at the Sobrato site or what's proposed. My apologies if I missed it, but what I did look at was page 12 of Appendix H, which is called the local traffic analysis. And it discusses the overall city growth rate for traffic, and it cites a 1.62% for morning peak hour traffic. That's an annual growth rate, and 1.58% for evening peak hour traffic. And I believe that's what the traffic study for the DEIR used. But if you look at the NVCAP plans the city discussed just 48 hours ago in this very room, the amount of housing is anticipated to grow significantly, while there's no plan realistically to reduce offices in the NVCAP area. So if we're under ABAG pressure to build lots of housing in Palo Alto, and people talk about putting a lot of that into tiny North Ventura. So how would that affect traffic? Is it going to really only grow by 1.58% a year? I worked out some numbers. The NVCAP plan discussed putting 670 housing units in compared to the 142 that exist now. So that's a growth of 372%. If over 10 years, that would be 17% annual growth. Housing isn't responsible for all traffic in North Ventura, but it's hard to reconcile 17% growth in housing with only 1.58% growth in traffic, especially as we're told so many office workers take the train, so they're not even part of the traffic number in the first place. I don't think the city's growth numbers reflect office densification. If you had people in a 250 square foot office and now they're in a 100 square foot office, that building has more workers, which means it generates more traffic. So the traffic rate's probably going up faster. I don't think it's right to use citywide growth numbers for NVCAP in North Ventura. With the exception of perhaps San Antonio, I think North Ventura is going to have the most explosive growth of any area in the city, so you'd expect a larger number. So it'd be great if those questions got answered in the next cycle of the EIR. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Becky Sanders.
Okay, that's enough fun stuff. Jeff, thank you for that. Good evening, commissioners. The DEIR evaluates alternative 2 to be better than either the original plan submitted by the applicant or the proposed new plan, the development agreement. I want to thank the city for putting the option of alternative 2 into the mix and to encourage the city to improve and iterate on this further and to favor its adoption. The cannery and its office building are historically and culturally rich. Destroying any part of it cancels its eligibility, as you all know, as a historic resource at both the state and federal level. And so if we value our collective history as Palo Altans and respect the history of Chinese Americans in Santa Clara County, then alternative 2 represents a pathway forward that affords many community benefits while supporting profitable redevelopment of the property for the applicant. Now, what most of us in Ventura who have been following this process can agree upon is more housing for new neighbors, no increase in R&D, and preservation of and enhanced community serving retail, transit planning that serves all of Ventura and keeps parking off the streets, more bike and walk friendly design and parks for families that live there to use. So a lot of these ideas are encompassed in alternative 2, which is presented in the DEIR, as I said. And also, by the way, are very similar to alternative M from the NVCAP working group proposals. So remember, alternative M ensured historic preservation of the cannery and provided for lots of new homes at all income levels, which is the city's stated goal, while handing Ventura a vibrant, walkable, bikeable, family-friendly addition with lots of green space and shade with the bare minimum of added new office. Remember, we want to keep whittling away at that jobs housing imbalance, and we don't want to cram all of the city's housing goals into one neighborhood. Oh my gosh, I have so much time. I don't know if you were watching council on Monday night, but I did point out that at last PTC's meeting at 41 minutes and 36 seconds into the taped video, the representative from Sobrato did say that alternative 3B with some minor adjustments had been supported by council. And that actually was incorrect. Alternative 3B with some minor adjustments was not favored by council at all. So that was a little bit confusing and mischaracterization. Okay. And then on another note, the applicant was allowed to speak at the PTC meeting for 15 minutes and 37 seconds, which is 5.5 minutes over what is allowed by the rules of engagement here, I believe. So please make sure the applicants are aware and stick to that time limit. And because, you know, the public is asked to pipe down after our allotted time is finished. So let's keep it fair. So I think that concludes. Thank you so much for hearing my comments, for your service this evening and all year long, day in, day out. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Great,
Our
thank you.
next speaker is Liz Gardner. Okay.
She already spoke.
Ms. Gardner, you wanted to speak for Fry Sobrato project, right? Yeah.
What's that?
You want to explain?
The agenda item number 3, right? We're on agenda. Item.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, I can't hear.
Sobrato.
I can't hear. Go ahead.
Okay, 3 minutes, Liz Gardner. Right?
Wait, but you already spoke on this issue.
But Sobrato is present, right? You said?
Yes, it is right now 3200 Park Boulevard, agenda item number 3.
Yes, about Sobrato, because they weren't present during when I spoke before, so I'm trying
I'm
to.
not sure if they were or not, but you can't have two sessions of public comment on the same issue.
Yeah, I'm
Okay,
sorry.
okay,
I think Medina accidentally you just cycled through twice.
Oh, okay. All right.
Yeah.
Sorry about that. Okay.
Are there any speakers online, Medina?
No, I do not see any raised hands, and I don't have any speaker cards for agenda item number 3.
Okay, thank you. All right, so it's back to the commission for comments. Would you like to start, for example, with the development agreement and focus on that to go down? Or would you like to have individual just comment on everything? Just asking for.
Are you asking staff?
Sorry?
Who are you asking that question
I
to?
was asking the commissioners, but if you have an opinion, that's okay too. I just thought since the development agreement was brand new, we might want to just take that first. And then we can go back to the bigger item. So lights on, if you want to speak, Commissioner Ekman.
Thank you. So I have, and I appreciate commissioners the time to review it since our last meeting, since we didn't have time before our last meeting. So I have just, I have reviewed it now, and what I want to do is just run through a few items that I saw, point them out to staff where they are, and I'm actually not even asking for a response, just for you to note it, think about it. And if you, much like we do when we work with ordinances, if you think it's appropriate, include it. If there's a reason not to, then don't. But these are just possible refinements or improvements. So the first one is on page 5. And it's in the definition of public benefit fee. And my suggestion is, since we know the exact amount of that fee, and we stated in other places in the agreement, perhaps it should be in the definition. So just add the $5 million figure. Next is on page 9, section 5.1, which so section 5 are the owner promises. In 5.1, the first paragraph talks about the 4 things that the 4 categories of permits that the owner is going to apply for. And then the next paragraph is kind of a follow-up paragraph. It says after the permits are issued, then the owner is going to take action on 3 of those 4 things. Now, I think the fourth thing is covered in 5.2. It's the demolition of the portion of the cannery. And so I just suggest you look at those 2 paragraphs in connection with 5.2 and see if you want, if it would be clearer to have a link in that second paragraph, making reference to 5.2. Next is on page 11. Actually, this one's a question. So I would like an answer to this. Page 11, in the middle of the page, the owners are required to include in the CC&Rs a condition prohibiting members of the HOA, the people who live in these 74 townhomes, from participating in any residential preferred parking district that includes the townhome parcel. And so I didn't really understand that, and I was hoping somebody could help me.
Yeah, so one of the concerns voiced by the council ad hoc was to ensure that the residents of these townhomes would not be parking on the surrounding streets. The intention was that the townhome project be fully parked on site. And so if in the future there was a condition where, you know, the street parking was impacted in the neighborhood such that an RPP was formed, the intention is that this townhome development, you know, not participate in that RPP because it's intended to be fully parked on site.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Yang. So that's really helpful. So over that paragraph, maybe you want to just a clause at the end to reflect that intent so that, you know, people reading it in the future don't scratch their head. They'll know exactly why it's there. Again, just a suggestion for you to think about. Skip that one. Page 13. So section 5, those are developer promises, applicant promises. Section 6 are city promises. And the first one is they'll process subsequent approvals. And second is they will accept the BMR parkland dedication. I'd like for staff to consider a new section 6.3 where the city promises to spend land dedication parcel. You know, this is, and I understand this is a negotiated arrangement, but it's a generous provision of funds by the developer here, and those funds should be used in this coordinated development area where the developer is developing other properties. You know, certainly we can use that park, and I don't know if it's fair to say more, but we can use the affordable housing. So I would like to see the city promise to spend the entire public benefit fee one way or another on that parcel. The next paragraph below that, the first paragraph of 7.1 in the second line, I think you're missing the word coordinated, North Ventura area. Every place else it's listed as North Ventura coordinated area. Let's see, then page 17. Oh, page 17, section 10.4B. You have some misnumbered sections that need to be corrected, 6 9s and 6 7s that aren't that. They're some other section. Page 22 is next in section 14.7. You have development agreement legislation as a defined term, and I couldn't find a definition for it. I may have missed it, but if it's not there, then just, I think all you have to do is, you know, make the legislation lowercase l. And then the last one is on page 24, surviving provisions. And so this is something that probably will be of interest to no one other than Mr. Yang and myself, and maybe only barely Mr. Yang. But we know what surviving provisions are. Yeah, I'm finishing up right now. So basically, when you end a contract, some parts of it live, and here this provision says that there are some parts of it, some owner obligations that may live past the termination. I'd like staff to consider whether there are scenarios where there may be city obligations that survive a termination, and if so, you know, make that clear in 1417. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, others? I've got a couple of, oh, their light came on. Okay, Commissioner Rectal.
Yeah, I had one question on page 7. The vested development rights. And what this is saying is that no future modification of the comp plan or municipal code applies to this property forever. And that seems not in the public's interest. I can see that you won't want to rezone it tomorrow, but I would think you'd want to sunset that provision. 100 years from now, we really want the ability to rezone this if needed.
Just to clarify, that's a provision that that expires at the end of the development agreement, so 10 years.
Oh, so where's the date of the development agreement?
Term, I believe, is in section 2. Basically the concept of vesting is typically something that happens in California once you've broken ground, you've gotten your approval and you break ground on the project. The purpose of a development agreement is to secure those rights before you actually have to, start the construction. And then also typically to secure them for a slightly longer term than normally you would have. So here, the development agreement is granting the right to develop this project under today's rules for 10 years.
Okay.
And then after that, nothing is vested anymore.
Very good. That's reasonable. Okay, thank you.
I'll just shoot with my 2 then on 4.2, page 8. Can you give us a layman's view of the subsequent approvals? It sounds basically like it has to be mutual, but I'm not sure if there's an ending date on that.
Yeah. After 10 years, except for those obligations that Commissioner Heckman pointed out as being surviving the expiration of the agreement. So, but this section 4.2 is basically saying that, what's the word I'm looking for? At the same time as the approval of this agreement, if it's approved, the city will also be approving, a number of planning entitlements. But there are later approvals that are going to be necessary for the project to actually get built, primarily building permits. But there may be follow-up permits that we didn't anticipate. And this is just setting forth the rules for how those later approvals are made. For the most part, they need to be made consistent with the terms of this development agreement, and under the rules as they exist on the date that the agreement is executed.
Okay, fine. And then just kind of a detail in the math on page 12, which is under 5.8. I didn't quite understand under what circumstances they might be paying 1/74th of the fee time after time after time. I mean,
yeah. So this is an option which is allowed under our code for certain fees to be delayed in payment until the final inspection after the structure is built and they've gotten the final inspection from the building department. And in this case, we're talking about fees that are applicable to the 74 townhomes. So we would be collecting those fees with each townhome that is finalized. And, it's probably not going to be, 1/74th at a time. There'll probably be, batches, 6 or 10 townhomes that are finalized at the same time. And then we would get the appropriate fraction.
okay, that makes sense. That's fine. Any other commissioners on the development agreement? Okay. All right, let's go back around for DEIR or any other things you want to chat about. Commissioner Heckman?
Thank you, Chair. I don't have many more comments on this. I did, one of our public speakers was talking about the cumulative analysis. One of the requirements of an EIR is you not look just at the impacts from your project, but other projects in the area that are foreseeable and coming down the pipe. And we do have that kind of analysis in the draft EIR. It's particularly on traffic. It's at 4.8-20. And there are some related tables and identifications of the projects, other projects in, I think, 3.2 or something. So that's there. And I was glad to see it because I couldn't immediately find it. And it would be a deficiency if the draft EIR didn't have it. So I really focused, this draft EIR is primarily about the project that Sobrato proposed. And what we are talking primarily about is the alternate program that's reflected in the development agreement, which is alternative 3. And so I mostly focused on the project alternative section, which is section 6. I'm just trying to get there. Here we go. And I commented last time, and I hope that staff will follow through with it, that, and Mr. Yang explained it, I thought, very well, because of the way this project evolved. It really just focused on the original tenets of the Sobrato proposal. And so when we look at the goals of the project, it was really, that was mostly focused on the SB 330 portion of the project. So it didn't look at the retention or use for office or retail or R&D as project goals, which I think they are project goals. And so I think they needed to be added to the draft EIR. And when you do that, as I mentioned last time, I think it affects the analysis, or at least the statement, that alternative 2 would generally meet the goals, the project goals, because I think that alternative 2, for all of its laudable characteristics, that's not one of them. It does not meet the project goals particularly well. Most of the, sorry, I keep saying goals, the project objectives. That's what I meant. So let's see, on 6-17, I just had a couple of, well, actually, that's just a typo. I'm not even gonna worry about that. 621 is the other one. Yeah, so that same concept about getting the project objectives correct, so that the comparison is correct, that really plays a role, I think, in section 6.4, the environmentally superior alternative, because the conclusion here is that alternative 2 would be considered environmentally superior, which I think, looking only at the environmental aspects, I think that's true. But when you consider it in light of the goals of the objectives of the project, that is somewhat a counterbalance to its environmental superiority. So I think that needs to be reflected in the alternatives analysis. That's it.
Others? No further comments? Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah, there's an error here on, I guess it's page 4.7-12, talking about the noise modeling. And what they did is, when they modeled the impact of the 91 units, they took all the noise and put it at the center of the site, and then looked at how much noise would that have at the edge. And that superposition would work if it was a linear equation, but it's 1 over radius squared. So you're much more sensitive to small radiuses. And so this is going to give you, for near field calculations, this is going to give you a terrible answer, an incorrect answer. So we really need to look at those. This is 4.7-12. 4-11. What?
11.
Yeah, 4.7-11. It is. I wish I could say packet page, but it's not. It's about 25% of the way through the book.
Can you move the mic closer to you? Thank you.
Oh, sorry.
Did everyone find the table?
Yeah, so in the middle of the page there, table 4-7-9, right under that, there's the description. And you have 91 units and they take the center of the noise, the total noise, and put it at the center of the site. And which, if you were dealing far field calculations, that's going to give you a reasonable answer, but we're worried about at the edge of the property line, and that's going to be dominated by those noise sources that are very close to the property line. I mean, is this standard? I'm just kind of surprised that the person doing this is a noise engineer. Do we do this for our noise sources for other developments? Do we do this, or was it just a brain freeze?
This is what in the EIR process.
Okay, thank you.
I'm going to go ahead and award Commissioner Rectal the award tonight for finding the best detail in a 2,000-page packet. And I hope there's no dissent on that. Good job. Other commissioner comments? Question from Vice Chair Sumo.
One member of the public told about kind of it was a little hard for me to hear this individual through his mask and the mic, but I think he was asking a question about that the NVCAP plan for traffic did not take into consideration this development agreement. Is that what people heard, or I'm asking for help?
My understanding was he kind of it flipped around from what you said. What I thought he was saying is, we've got this project that's coming in, we're looking at the traffic, and he couldn't find in the draft EIR that because this project is in the middle of the NVCAP area,
Yeah.
that it was considering all of the development that's anticipated in that area, which should be added to it so you get a more true understanding of the total traffic that's going to come out of this area. I thought that's what he was saying.
So it was your impression that he was saying that this project should be added to the NVCAP consideration?
No, because he was here, I think, to talk about this project, and
Right.
my impression was he was dissatisfied with the traffic analysis about this project, because part of this is what I was talking about earlier. Part of what you're required to do in a traffic analysis by CEQA is look at other projects in the area and add that are probable and maybe foreseeable. I can't remember if it's in the reasonably near future, but then you have to kind of factor those in, because it's more than just the traffic from this one development that we're looking at tonight. So I thought that was his point, is he wasn't satisfied with the bigger picture traffic analysis in this document.
Okay, so, and this is a question for staff. So I guess he formed that into a question that you understood, so it could be answered in this.
Yes.
Okay.
Staff understood the issue and the comment, and it'll be sort of noted and responded to as part of the EIR.
Okay, and then I had a question, if I can, also about the cannery building. I think the other historic asset will be not altered. significantly, the building on Ash. But the cannery building, I'm still confused about the process. When does the statement of overriding concerns regarding the infeasibility to do anything else with the building, when does that come into the process?
So if there is a significant and unavoidable impact, in order to approve a project that would create those impacts, the city council has to make a statement of overriding considerations as part of its action. And, that means they will make findings about, that there are benefits to improving the project that override the environmental impact that's identified. So that is a part of one of the very last steps, basically, of the process.
Okay.
It's only necessary if we are approving the project, and it happens at that time.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Any others? I would just comment that, I'm comfortable that there are adequate mitigations for the issues that are found. So other than the one that Vice Chair Suma just mentioned, it seemed like it's going to be in the draft. So that's comforting compared to some other projects that we've looked at. Okay.
I guess I have one question. I'm not sure if this is in the EIR, but we have the plume under this site, and this site, actually the land that we're getting from Sobrado has a well that's monitored, and it detects pollutants, but is below the cleanup level. So once we start construction of this affordable housing, if we find high levels of pollutants, who's responsible? Is it the city's buying it as is? Is it Sobrado? Is it the original polluter? How does that work?
So those are details that we are working out right now. But once the city takes possession of the land, it will be our responsibility.
Okay.
If I could just add on to that, that this is, there is some information on this right now in the development agreement. It's in section 5.4, which talks about the studies that have to be done for the dedication parcel. And then to the extent something's, and that those have to be done before the transfer, and to the extent things are found, there has to be a work plan to presumably remediate that. And there's also a placeholder note at the end of that that says additional detail forthcoming regarding cleanup standards and parties' obligations under this section. So I think that issue is, it's good to bring it up,
Okay.
but just it's front and center as one of the things the city is concerned about in the development agreement. And so I'm trusting that, when they work out those details, it'll be carried forward.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
And I'll add that typically in this area where we do have this toxic plume, we handle it by using a vapor barrier. So it doesn't prevent anyone from building or occupying, typically.
Yeah, although there may be costs associated with that.
Yes, and they might find something else that has to be remediated by removing that soil.
Okay, if there are no other comments, we can, what? Okay, great. Vice Chair Suma.
So in general, I think that, we should let this DEIR and this environmental process move forward. There's a lot of things that I'm not extremely, there's a lot of things in this development agreement that I think we might have liked different outcomes, but I think this is the process, and it was months of negotiation from our ad hoc and our city council. And it's a little bit awkward for us to, opine on the how successful we think that a negotiation was. We weren't in the room. But I think that one of the concerns was that there wasn't enough housing on this site. And for me, it's great loss to lose the historic integrity of the cannery building. But this is what was negotiated, and I believe we should let the environmental review process move forward.
Okay. Thank you. So that will conclude this item. All right, so it is now almost 8:15. Should we take about 10 minutes and come back and tackle the next issue? Thank you. 5 persons in chambers and 1 on video. And our next item is an action item. It's a public hearing. It's quasi judicial for 1700 Embarcadero Road. Recommendation on applicant's request for site design review, design enhancement, variance off-street loading. This is relative to the Mercedes dealership application. So we do have a staff presentation.
Yes, introducing Sheldon Osing, who will be presenting the project. I'm sure he is uploading his presentation.
Yes, thank you. And I apologize, I intended to be there in person this evening, but I did come down with a cold. So hopefully by the end of the night, I don't sound like Darth Vader or something, but. Okay. So here we are with the site and design presentation. The applicant is also on Zoom as well. Just a little bit of a presentation overview. I'll have a more background regarding the project.
Sheldon, you're not quite full screen.
Oh. Thank you. I did test this out earlier, and so now I'm.
You are now very full screen.
Okay, so everybody sees it.
However, we don't see your presentation. Here it comes.
There you go. Okay, we'll try this instead. No problem. Okay. Thank you. So I have a project overview, and then we'll talk about some of the key issues that are identified for the project. And then next steps regarding the project and the process and our recommendation on the record of land use action. And so this picture anyway, I just want to show you is a photo simulation of what the project would look like when constructed at that intersection. So there have been numerous public hearings and actions regarding this subject site. It's pretty close to like 20 public hearings all the way back to when this was rezoned for a hotel. And there are 2 other Mercedes-Benz and Audi dealership combinations on this site. The most recent project before this evening has been to ARB for preliminary review back in 2021, and it's already gone through a first formal ARB. But you kind of see the evolution of the project. So prior to Mercedes-Benz projects have been a lot larger in scale. And in part, that was because a lot of their inventory and parking was within the building. The project subject property is zoned service commercial with the site and design combining district. And that's the reason why we're here before the commission, because of that site design, as well as includes automobile dealership combining district. And that rezone was completed with the prior project. Site is located within the Baylands Master Plan and subject to the Baylands Design Guidelines. So it's a 2.5 acre site at an intersection of East Bay Shore and Embarcadero Road. The surrounding uses include office and auto dealerships, and it is within the Baylands Preserve, but the private portion of it, not the public portion, and none of the public portion is actually adjacent to it, though it is visible from the Renzel Trail. And it is also within proximity of Highway 101. So again, this project is before PTC because of the site and design. Other requests include a variance from the parking lot shading, as well as the design enhancement exception for relief from the build-to setback. The project is 31,000 square feet in size, and it's 0.29 FAR. So it's a much smaller project than the previous projects we've seen. This is very much under the allowable FAR for the site. Per code, we do not count the drive-through area. So in this building, you can see and in the middle is that service drive. It's about 4,000, 5,000 square feet. That's not counted, but it is covered. But it's essentially a drive-through for service vehicles to stop, and then the attendants will help them get serviced. This is a 26-foot tall building, a small component of the site that's 2 stories, but for the most part, it's a 1-story building. The site does include inventory parking that's on the service lot. And you can see it's in a tandem parking arrangement where the inventory and the show spaces for the cars are on the perimeter versus the customer parking is on the inboard side of that drive area around the property. There is a big setback along East Bay Shore Road, and primarily the reason for that is because there are a number of easements along that side that include the underground easements as well as overhead easements. There's a tall electrical tower at the intersection there for PG&E. So this is the project that's taken from the intersection, and this project does differ a lot from the prior iterations on this site. The most significant change I mentioned that the automobile inventory is in the parking lot around the building rather than within the building. So what that did is reduce the overall massing of the building, but it does add some other issues such as complying with the parking lot shading when you have so much pavement area. The site does have some constraints I mentioned with the easements, but also the shape of the property being a trapezoid and having its narrow side at that intersection. The project did benefit from a preliminary ARB meeting as well as a formal ARB meeting. And there were comments regarding the multi-use pathway to eliminate a bicycle path. Details regarding materials of the building were also discussed. And in particular, the project was designed to complement the Baylands design guidelines for private development. So I won't go through all the details on the following slides about the elevation, but just to demonstrate that the west elevation is East Bay Shore, and the Embarcadero elevation also has more heightened type of architecture, more materials such as wood and the living wall. So that's a vegetated wall. More texture regarding the ribbed metal paneling, and you also have some bird safe glass. The that tower element there, it's kind of a perpendicular type of element with the building, includes what would be the logo. Signs are not a part of this application at this time. It will be deferred for later. So this is the Embarcadero side, and you can see as it wraps around, they have a little more stucco application to it. The colors are probably more rich on the fronts of the buildings, but the dark colors are also indicative of the brand as well as automobile dealerships in general. They use more metallics, they use a little more darker colors. And then when you get to the other sides, it does kind of lend itself to the Baylands and using that kind of greenish color for the stucco. And then you can see here, this is the side that faces the Audi dealership, where you have the drive-through, that's that open cavity, that's white. And then you have that roll-up door for the service vehicles. And then there's the door for the far left is the door for the car wash, which is only for the automobile dealership use. And this is the elevation that faces the neighboring property. It's an office building, and it includes the car wash elevation, as well as the wraparound for the vegetated wall. So in the record of land use action, you do have the site and design review findings that need to be made. I won't go specifically through all of these other than to say that in the findings, we can make each of these findings, and we've provided some reasons for that. And in part, a lot of it is because of the compatibility of the project using the right materials, the massing of it, as well as the site design and planning. So some of the key issues that we've identified to discuss would be the Baylands Master Plan compliance, as well as the bicycle pathway, parking lot shading requirement, the build-to setbacks, and the required loading spaces on the site. So regarding the Baylands Master Plans, there's implementation. Those general design principles they're not a lot for the private development. I think that these site assessment design guidelines were primarily for development on the public piece of the Baylands, but there are a few that are relevant for private development. And one of those has to do with promoting low and horizontal elements. So the building is low at 26 feet. Also uses muted and compatible colors. As I mentioned, using the green color on the back side, and the black is a bit muted as well, and using the wood paneling and the vegetative wall to soften things. Lighting is addressed through condition approval because it is not totally adjacent to the baylands, but it is within the vicinity. It is light could have the potential to spill over. These images on the left, lower left, are simulation. It's very hard to determine what's different about it because they're actually very much the same, other than right now the existing building has a red tile roof and that does go away, but you really can't tell the difference between the two projects in terms of massing. There is a bicycle path as part of this project. Right now, there's no bicycle lane along that frontage. So if you're going along East Bay Shore Road, you're coming from the Baylands, you have a bike path along the roadway there, and it does drop off right at the property line, basically. And I think part of that is because at the intersection, you end up having a left turn lane, and so there needs to be some width for those lanes to happen. And it does continue around that intersection onto Embarcadero Road. People are trying to maybe get to San Francisco Bay Trail on King Road as an access point. So a way to meet their transit demand management requirement is to have this bicycle paths. We worked really hard with the applicant. The ARB also pushed for this, and the recent submittal, and this submittal that you see before you, has that 10-foot bike path. One thing is that there are, as with the other project, there are mature trees that are under these power lines, and those trees would be removed as part of this bike path. So that is one of the trade-offs here. The applicant is planting off-site trees. They're planting some trees within the Baylands, and that's on one of the sheets in the packet. The other issue is parking lot shading. The code requirement is to include 50% shading at maturity of the trees. The project is providing 41%. And so every piece of pavement associated with the parking lot, that's the drive aisles, the parking spaces themselves, require some sort of shading, so 50%. Because of the left exhibit shows the easements, that's 26% of the property is occupied by easements. And including that, you have an above ground restriction for vegetation because of PG&E. They've gotten much more restrictive lately because of the recent wildfires that they've had. The other issue is the shape of the lot being this trapezoid. Some of the site planning on this site is to have all of their circulation be on site versus having trucks and vehicles go out one exit, go through the intersection, come through again. They can do all that on site. So some of that is extra paving associated with that. And as I mentioned before, they're having some of that planting of the trees off site. They are planting to the extent that they can, but they just can't meet the 50%. So they have requested a variance, and we have the findings to support that in the record of land use. The other issue is build-to setbacks, and this has been an issue for any projects that's been on this site. The CS zoning district requires a build-to of the building to the setback of 50% at the front setback and 33% at the street side yard setback. I think primarily this really works well for buildings that are on El Camino Real, where the CS district is primarily at. But here it doesn't work because of the easements. Number one, they can't just meet it. And then again, they're trying to have some of that circulation for the site and the operations on site, as opposed to having those cars maybe go off site if they were to have that building right up to the street. So a design enhancement exception is requested. It's being supported, and this has been supported for every project for a car dealership that's been on the site since. Drive aisle width for the site, the the space that's located adjacent to the car wash, and that's indicated in red. The green one is okay, and so there's a waiver pursuant to the zoning code, and we are supporting that. The applicant can describe a little bit more about how they're managing their inventory, about loading and unloading and other deliveries, but we do support the waiver of that space, as they can't technically meet it. It could be the case that they get deliveries and people park there anyway, as that may happen, but it's not something that we can count as a space. So regarding the California Environmental Quality Act, this project does meet the criteria for an addendum to the previously approved mitigated negative declaration, and that was for the prior project in 2019 that was approved and adopted. CEQA does allow for that if there are no new impacts, then we don't have to create a supplemental negative declaration. So we needed to update, though, the traffic study as well as noise analyses. And part of that is because there's a new traffic standard. So instead of level of service, which was the case back in 2020, that CEQA threshold changed to vehicle miles traveled. So that was updated. There's a new traffic study indicated that there are no impacts to transportation. And then we had to update the noise analysis, in part because in the other project, it did include both properties, the Audi property and this Mercedes property. The car wash site was really the subject of noise, and that was closer to the property line. It was also a very different orientation. So that's why we updated noise analysis, and there are no impacts to noise as well that requires any type of mitigation. So again, most mitigation measures were still applied to the project. The project is much smaller in size. There are no new significant impacts. The prior traffic mitigation measures do not apply this time. So next steps, we're going to the ARB next week for their recommendation, and then on to the City Council, where we'll take both the PTC's recommendation as well as ARB's. So we're asking this evening that recommend approval to the City Council, the draft record of land use action, approving the requests based on the findings and subject to the condition of approval. So there are a lot of different applications, but because they're all kind of bundled together, we're asking for all of those findings to be considered this evening with your recommendation. That concludes my presentation. Be happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any public comment on this item?
Yes, I have received one speaker card and I see one raised hand.
Okay, let's just go to that then.
Oh, now I see three raised hands. So our first speaker is Arthur Lieberman.
Good evening, staff, commissioners. My name is Art Lieberman. I'm vice chair of Payback. That's the city's pedestrian and bicycle advisory committee. I'm speaking tonight as an individual, though I spoke before the ARB on June 16th, representing the views of the full Payback committee. This was following a Payback meeting in which our committee was presented with the first set of plans by the applicant. Those plans did not have a multi-use path, and Payback committee unanimously objected to its absence. Please insist upon a multi-use path around the property. This was the position of the ARB members at the June 16th ARB hearing. Subsequently, the developer has included a 10-foot wide multi-use path that would replace both the sidewalk and the planting strip on East Bay Shore. Let me emphasize why a multi-use path on 1700 Embarcadero is essential. This path is important to cyclists because it would connect the bicycle lane on East Bay Shore to Gang Road and the Bay Trail via the signalized intersection on Embarcadero. The Bay Trail, as you know, is 350 miles of trails that ring the bay, running through multiple jurisdictions. The Bay Trail is used for recreation, for commuting, for active transportation to work, school, and other destinations by hikers, joggers, bicyclists, and others. There's a paved trail in the Baylands along San Francisco Levee that ends at Gang Road. So this multi-use path would close a gap in Palo Alto section of the Bay Trail. Cyclists riding in Palo Alto on the multi-use path along Bay Shore, East Bay Shore, who want to continue on the Bay Trail now must detour to Favorite Place and then cross Embarcadero in mid-block. This, I can tell you, is a risky proposition. Cyclists must then ride back along Embarcadero to Gang Road. At the ARB meeting, Vice Chair Peter Balte was particularly forceful in his endorsement of a multi-use path on this property and considered it to be the responsibility of the property owner to include this multi-use path as a component of the Bay Trail. I take issue with the statement in the Planning Department staff report summary, which states that the commission is encouraged to review the balance between providing the bicycle path and the removal of these street trees. That's a false choice. It's based on a premise that conceals what options were available. The developer, who was reluctant to include a multi-use path in the first place, chose to design the project to put the multi-use path where the mature trees are now located. What the commission needs to decide is whether to recommend approval of the project as presented with the multi-use path. I ask you, please align the position of Payback and ARB have taken previously and insist on the presence of a multi-use path on this property. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. I don't have any other speaker cards, but let me now call on people in Zoom. Our first speaker is Sean Rees.
Good evening, commissioners. My name is Sean Rees. I'm a field representative from the NorCal Carpenters Union at Local 405. I'm here to talk to you about providing area standards for labor on this project. Area standard labor language needs to be the template that developers use in the great city of Palo Alto and on this project. I would like to express to you that without these standards, the construction force is systematically abused through wage theft, 1099 where workers have no workers' comp when injured on the job, and a litany of safety violations. Healthcare and a livable wage are a vital necessity to the workers building these projects. Apprenticeship programs ensure the projects are built to the highest degree, and local hire ensures not only tax revenue from the money spent by the workers, but ensures those workers can enjoy the basic things in life, like spending evenings with their families, maybe attending their child's Little League games, or going to a dance recital instead of sitting in traffic for 2 hours. The language that should become the policy here in Palo Alto and on this project specifically would support responsible contractors that are already doing the right thing by their clients, employees, and the city itself. These responsible contractors have proven time after time that they can perform to the highest standards. This policy would bolster Palo Alto's working class and cultivate a responsible market for good contractors. This would create a minimum standard for developers that are coming into Palo Alto, telling them you value your citizens that build on our land. Adding area standard labor to this project into the city's prequal language, you will show your constituents that you value not just the city, but also the men and women building the city itself. I would very much like to have a real and valuable conversation with each and every one of you, as well as the developers, on how we can cultivate a proper construction industry. The NorCal Carpenters have over 1,200 members in San Mateo County, and each and every one of them can be a great asset to this project. I look forward to talking more about this with you in the future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is Penny Elson.
Hello, can you hear me? My name
Yes, we
is
can.
Emma Lim.
Yes, we can.
Hi, this is Penny Elson. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. So first, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak this evening. And I also want to thank my Payback colleague, Mr. Lieberman, who I think gave you a pretty good summary of where Payback has stood on this issue related to the bike path. My first comment is actually a question. I want to understand why tree removal is necessary to create room for the multi-use path, and you can answer that after I'm done. And secondly, I want to say that regional connectivity via the Bay Trails is very well supported by numerous comp plan policies. So I worry that this is an opportunity that will be lost until the property is developed next time if we don't use this opportunity right now. And what that will mean is we won't have this connection to the Baylands in our lifetimes, or at least not in mine. So I sincerely hope that you will support the position that both the ARB and Payback have taken on this matter. Thank you very much for your time, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Yes, hello, thank you. My name is Gemma Lim, and I'm the property manager of the neighboring office building we actually share a fence with 1700 Embarcadero by the East Bayshore Road. We are concerned by the location of the car wash along our shared fence line. It's a few feet away from our food truck business, food truck benches where our tenants gather to work, chat, or eat their meals. Most of our tenants are tech startups, CPAs, and also legal firms. We are hoping that the car wash noise and appearance will not result in our tenants not renewing their leases or affect our ability to attract new tenants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Lawing, I don't see any raised hands.
We have one on screen, though. Yeah, okay, so that's the end of public comment, and then the applicant has comments?
Yes, this is, if I'm recognized, this is Eric Iverson, applicant for Mercedes-Benz of Palo Alto.
Great. So that's 10 minutes, I believe, up to 10 minutes.
I'll definitely keep it short here and leave plenty of time for questions. I think as staff had adequately presented, we have scaled down the size of the project significantly from the prior two applications. With the first one at 62,000 square feet, the second one at 54,000 square feet, and then us at a little over 31,000 square feet. So we're approximately half the size and what we really believe half the impact of some of those earlier applications. We've also significantly scaled back the height of the facility. Where at one point it was up to 50 feet, 4 stories tall, and we're 26 to 36 feet. So we're primarily a tall 1-story building, and as staff said, with a small section being 2 stories. Building is as staff had presented, we're very excited for it. We're filling a need for a Mercedes dealership in this area. We have some very interesting components. One of those is the recycled wood siding being used throughout the exterior of the building. And one of the other exciting components is the living wall that now wraps on 2 sides of the building that is actually live landscaping. Definitely softens the building, but just for me, it's something not found in an everyday car dealership, and definitely will be interesting. Both of those will be very interesting features. As staff had mentioned, the setback requirements, or build 2 lines in this case, as much as we'd like to meet that, the PG&E easement really does prevent that from happening. Obviously, we can't build all the way up at Bayshore. We do have to set back from that easement. And also we're unable to plant large trees, large shade trees within that easement, which creates the second issue that as staff had discussed, which was the percentage of lot coverage. If it wasn't for that easement, I'm confident we'd be able to meet it throughout the lot, but we're having to cram as much landscaping in the other parts of the lot as possible. We have done that, and we've also proposed some additional solar canopy covers between the Audi and Mercedes dealership to provide additional shade. I know it's not the living shade, but combined, we are providing as much shade as possible on site. A couple of the items that have been discussed with staff and with neighbors and at the ARB. One of the ones, it's the car wash issue that we have discussed. In the current iteration, our application, we've actually moved the car wash off the property line. The previous application did have that car wash within a few feet of the property line of the neighboring office building. That car wash has now been moved to be part of the primary building. So it's moved approximately 40 feet to 50 feet further away from the property line. So that any acoustical issues will be less than any of the previous applications. Other issues that were discussed, as far as are we meeting the conditions of the baylands, we're definitely doing our best to respect the baylands, as far as keeping a low horizontal structure, keeping very muted, similar sage and olive green colors for the side of the building that faces the baylands. I actually think it will be able to be seen a lot less than the existing Chinese restaurant that is there. We have, at the request of the ARB, added the bike path along the property line. So that bike path will facilitate both bicycles and pedestrians. So that has been added. Loading has been mentioned as well. And as long with loading comes vehicle storage and loading, we have provided to loading and unloading, I think is actually more probably correct term for us. We'll do more unloading of vehicles than loading. So we have provided 2 locations on site. And as staff had mentioned, we've provided circulation around the site and connection into the existing Audi site to provide for as much loading as unloading on site that will happen. We will get other deliveries of vehicles at off-site locations. But like I said, the loading and unloading that happens, we're making provisions on site for that to occur. In the conditions, there were a few staff conditions that we are somewhat concerned about. And that's primarily staff conditions 19 and 31. 19 relates to the relocation of a stormwater line that's been requested by Public Works. That existing stormwater line does not have anything to do with our project. And we're requesting that condition be removed. We're not impacting that stormwater line. It's existing. It exists right on the edge of the PG&E easement. It's just not, it's not any improvement that's related to this project. It's not related to the stormwater improvements on site. I don't see a rational nexus for Public Works to request that item. And then the second one was item number 31, which refers to the resurfacing of adjacent streets. And we have no issues with any resurfacing that's required due to any damage from construction, but that item I think goes really above and beyond that and requests a very unusual and what I find is wasteful 3.5-inch milling of existing asphalt on both street frontages up to the other curb, the far side of the street curb. That's just doesn't seem to go along with our environmental awareness that we all have today. That's all I've got. I am happy to answer any questions and really excited to see the pace that we are finally moving forward with this project.
Okay. Does staff at this point have any additional comments, or you want to wait for our questions?
No, nothing.
Okay. All right. So it seems to me that the best way to handle this is to pick one of these issues that has to be discussed, whether that's bikes or trees or something, and have all that discussion all at once. But I'm open to suggestion. Otherwise, we're going to have 7 people talking about 7 or 8 issues.
Could we ask questions first? I mean, before we get to comments, right? Could we do a round of just questions that could be on any topic?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
Okay.
I was jumping ahead in terms of how we would handle it. So, yeah. So let's do that now. Anybody light them up? Commissioner Heckman is lit up.
Yeah, so
Should we do disclosures first?
Oh, yeah, sorry, this is quasi judicial, so we do have to do disclosures. So we'll start with Commissioner Heckman.
all right, I did bike by the site, as I have many.
Commissioner Chang?
No disclosures other than I have biked by that site as well, but not since I received this packet.
No disclosures.
Nothing to disclose.
We did, when it came to Parks and Rec a couple years ago, we toured the site, but just nothing official this time.
And it was a different project.
That was a different project, same site, different project.
Okay, great. So back to you, Commissioner Heckman.
I also have nothing to disclose.
I'm sorry.
Okay, so yeah, just some very quick questions. First question, Mr. Ossing, are any trees being proposed on site or are all the replacement trees just off site in the Baylands?
Thank you. Yeah, there are replacement trees on site as well. I mean, the majority of them are actually replaced on site.
Okay. And then packet page 46, condition 34. Packet page 46, condition 34, dedication easement. Is that for the bike path? Is that what that's about?
Yeah, I think that's at the very intersection. It is shown on the plans, but yes, it's just a tip of it, just on the very, it has to do with the bike path, but yes.
Okay, so does that mean that is most of the bike path on private property and it will stay on private property because it's not being dedicated?
It's actually within public property.
The bike path is
right. The bike path is within public property.
Oh, okay. And then condition number 37 on packet page 47, the multi-use path, is that the same path as what's often referred to as the bike path in other places in the packet?
Yes, exactly. Because it also is for pedestrians as well.
Okay. All right. And then do any of our diagrams, going back to the location of this dedication easement, do any of our diagrams show where that right-of-way is? Where the city property is. So for example, I can tell the sidewalks on city property, the trees next to it are on city property, where the private property begins.
Yes, a lot of the civil drawings show that where the property line is. One of the best exhibits is C 4.1. I think that might be page 5. It shows the dark shading as the multi-use path. So I can try to share that here as well on this screen.
Thank you.
That works. Okay, so here's the bike multi-use pathway, and it's all outside of the private property till you get to this corner here, and this is the part that they would dedicate to the city. So that gets kind of shaved here.
So where is the private where's the property line? I think what you're saying is the property line is on the inside of the path?
Right, that's correct.
Okay.
How much space is there between the path and the property line?
I might have to measure that out, but I don't know if the applicant may know that or his team right offhand.
Yeah, this is Eric Iverson, applicant. It is basically on the property line, the entire length.
So just to clarify that, the inside of the multi-use path is essentially where the property line is? Where the
That is correct.
Okay, okay. All right. Great. Those are my questions. I have comments on the second round.
Just explain to me the build to, like, what that means. I just didn't understand.
Sure. Yeah,
Being asked of them that they cannot do.
let me just share again and see. Okay, so it's a little bright. So the footprint of the building is the green. This exhibit doesn't show the driveway here. The build to line means that the building itself needs to be up to the setback, which is 0. And so 50%, which is the front, this is the front, 50% of that building frontage needs to be up to that 0 setback line. And on the street side yard here, 33% of this building needs to be up along that, that 0 lot line. So they can't do it here because along East Bay Shore because of the easements, and also just functionally for the dealership, it just makes sense that they have a driveway here for circulation around fire trucks and trash trucks and just their own operations. You want to keep vehicles, I think, off the public streets here if they can. So therefore, we've been supportive of every dealership that has come through regarding this constraint.
Thank you for the explanation. Super helpful.
Okay, let's pick one of the variables and, all right, another question.
This is a question for staff. The bikes that are going to be using this path, what turning motions do they have? Have we done a bike survey so we know what happens?
I'm going to call upon Sylvia. Thank you for showing up to answer this. Thank you.
Sorry, I'm not understanding the question exactly. Are you asking about how cyclists will access this path, or?
So currently, today, if bicyclists are going north on East Bay Shore and they hit this intersection, what turning motions do they typically have? Do we know what percentage go straight and continue on East Bay Shore?
Oh.
How many of them turn and go down to the Baylands? How many of them go on Gang Road?
Yeah, no, we haven't done a bicycle user study in this corner. However, it does, as was noted earlier, it does represent a major gap in our Bay Trail alignment. So. Okay,
thank you. The wooden power lines, there are 2 power lines. They have the high voltage ones and also the lower wooden ones. Are the lower wooden ones Palo Utilities, or those PG&E also?
I haven't paid attention to the wooden ones. If there are, I've only known the.
Yeah, so it's in the slides on, let's see, I'll give you the slide numbers. Yeah, slide 14, for example.
Okay, I see that. Yeah. I'm going to say that those are the transmission lines for Palo Alto Utilities on that one.
Okay, and is that pole on private property, or is that going to have to be moved?
I'm just looking at that again.
I mean, it looks like it's closer than 10 feet from the curb.
Can you share where this is?
Can staff?
Yeah, let me bring that up. Okay. It's this pole, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. That looks like,
And it's only a couple feet off the sidewalk.
no, that doesn't look, no, we messed it up.
So display settings up top.
Yeah.
And then say swap.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I think this is within the right of way, it looks like, because the edge, these trees are within the right of way, and this looks like it's in the landscape planter. So, yes.
So Pelt or utilities will have to move this pole then to make room for the bike path.
We would have to take a closer look at that and see how we can design, how we can design that.
Okay. I have a question about impervious pavement. All the pavement that we're putting on this is all going to be impervious?
Yes, I don't think any of this would be pervious types of pavement or pavers.
Okay, and so what happens to the water when they hit this? Does it go down into the storm drain or does it roll off the property?
We're going to let the applicant answer regarding their stormwater control measures.
This is, I'll make sure, yeah, want to make sure I wasn't on mute. No, there is storm treatment facilities on site, so it does neither. It doesn't go off site directly. It goes through, I think there's 3 different treatment facilities on site before it goes into the city stormwater system.
Okay, so I like on sheet L1, those areas that are called water quality, those are where the stormwater will go?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then and finally, there was the public comment about noise. Has the noise analysis been done?
Yes, thank you. We did include the noise analysis as part of the CEQA. That summary is within the addendum document, as well as the study itself is included as an appendix. And the summary is that when we conducted the analysis, it does not exceed the thresholds that are listed in the municipal code. So it is a compliant project.
Okay, thank you. One more question. L4, sheet L4, that shows the trees that are being planted offsite. And then they list the species. Are those species all native?
Yes, thank you. They are, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Vice Chair Suma?
It looks like blue elderberry is not a native species. There's 4 of those listed on L4. I had a question about this bike path, and I don't know what's wrong. My ears must have cotton in them tonight, but I also had a hard time hearing Mr. Lieberman. So I was wondering if I could ask him directly a question.
Go ahead.
And Mr. Lieberman, I was wondering if this path satisfies what you were looking for and also what the ARB was looking for. What's being proposed here?
It satisfies the payback because it is a.
I still can't hear you. You
Get
probably have to move
closer to the mic.
Yeah, thanks.
It satisfies, excuse me, it satisfies payback to have a path which is according to the specifications that are required. 10-foot wide is the requirement for a path. It would be nicer if it were a unpaved section alongside the path. In fact, when a pedestrian is walking on the path and a bicyclist is coming, then a pedestrian maybe want to step off the path. That sort of thing, it would be nice to have, but 10-foot wide is a minimum, and that would be acceptable to payback, I believe. I can't speak for the entire committee, but I believe that is the case.
So what is being proposed is acceptable?
Yes.
Yes. But you mentioned something about the trees, that it was a false choice.
Well, Mr. the planner, said that the commission should consider the bike path and the cutting of the mature trees. And the reason is because they're putting the bike path in the public right of way where the trees are planted. So they're cutting down the trees in order to put the bike path. In other words, they didn't change the plan at all from the time at which they showed it to the ARB in June. A sidewalk area where the sidewalk and the mature trees are, which is really public land. They just put it on the outside.
Okay, thank
So
you.
therefore, they had to cut down the trees. I mean, I say it's a false choice because they could have modified their plan a little bit, moved the cars inward, or have, instead of two rows of cars for their inventory, have one row of car, or alternate the arrangement of cars that they have for their inventory, but they did not to do that.
Okay, thank you so much. Okay, so. So I had a question about the indoor display area not being counted as floor area, because I couldn't find that in the code.
Yeah, it's not the display area, it's the service drive aisle. It's that space between the showroom and the service area. So that covering, if it's a continuous path through, that area is not counted. And that's under the automobile dealership combining district requirements.
Okay, so I am looking at, maybe I read this wrong, but I am looking at two things that are exempted. One is the 4,097 square feet of showroom, and the other is the service drive. So I was referring to the former. What page?
What page?
Oh, sorry, 53. It's attachment C, the zoning comparison table. I just couldn't find where in the code we exempt showroom from being counted. So maybe you could direct me to that.
Yeah, I think the asterisk there says includes the showroom in my notes. I'm not, and then there's excludes the service drive. I'm not.
Yeah.
Well, no, but the asterisk then. Okay, so you are including the first one and excluding the second.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you for answering that. And then with the loading spaces, 2 are required and you're providing 2. 1 is just a little narrower than is that the issue?
The space size and width is compliant. It's just that when a vehicle is there, then the drive aisle itself is non-compliant. So if a customer was parked perpendicular to that space and there was another vehicle there, they could get out. It would just kind of be like an Austin Powers style kind of getting out of it. So people could probably park there, but we're saying that it's not compliant and we wouldn't count it as one.
Okay, I understand that now. And I have another question about parking, which this is, it says project page 20074 and 01. It's not numbered the same as the other sections of the plan set, but it's this page. And this one is showing is comparing the display, the exterior display area and the inventory area. And then, do you see which page I'm talking about?
I'm trying to find it, but keep describing. I think I understand.
It's where the numbering changes after T4. It changes to just 1, 2 in the bottom right-hand corner, 1, 2, 3. Okay, so it's actually page 1.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was wondering so with the exception of the parking spots along the building on the East Bay Shore side, 3 sides of the building have tandem parking. On the East Bay Shore side, they're counted as display, the ones closest to the property line. And then the customer parking is in front of that. And then on the other 2 sides of the parcel, they're a different color and they're inventory. I'm having a hard time making a distinction between the pink and the gray, basically, with the inventory and the display. How are they not all the same? And the reason I think it's a significant question is because my understanding is that the pink ones, the display ones, need to be parked and the inventory does not.
Right. That is correct assessment there. So the pink, which is along East Bay Shore Road, or called display, they are visible to the public, versus the other spaces in the back of the building are not. You know, they are in front of them. You have customer parking, so they're just considered inventory spaces versus display spaces that would require additional parking.
Is that because they're only displayed they're not displayed on the East Bay Shore side? I mean, I don't understand that.
Yeah.
Can customers go look at all the gray cars just as easily as the pink cars?
I don't know. I'd have to ask the applicant that, but I think for us, you know, as people are kind of just walking by and they can see, those are the display cars that are shown directly to potential customers versus ones that may need more conditioning or so, but they're just not visible from the street, and that's why we haven't counted those as display.
That's kind of hard for me to understand, because I would think that people purchasing cars would be looking at the ones on the other 2 sides also. I mean, I don't really understand that. So, okay, there's that. And then, I'm looking. Okay, I think that's it for now. Thank you.
No more question level? Oh, Commissioner Chang?
Yeah, I did have one more question for Mr. Ossing. So in the staff report, there was sorry, I should have found it. There's something about some improvements being done to the Audi property before, here it is, staff on packet page 21. The report says that staff would like to see the Audi improvements completed prior to the commencement of the subject property improvements. And is that in I didn't see it in the action. Oh, condition 14. Okay, thank you. I think I must have missed it. Okay, thank you.
All right. So again, I think it'd be helpful to just take this section at a time. It doesn't matter where we start, but then just kind of talk about the issues related to that. So we've been talking about the edges here, both the bike path, the trees trade-off versus bikes, which seems to be like a pretty big issue. So why don't we just start there? Commissioner Heckman.
All right, so I actually want to first just start with a more general comment, and that is that there are 2 my understanding has always been that the two biggest revenue generators for a city are sales tax from automobile dealerships and transient tax from hotels. This is a site where, as much as I miss Ming's, we've had a car dealership trying to go here, get built and sell cars so we could get the sales tax revenue for a long time. And I'm not faulting the city or the property owners for not getting it done before, but I'm bringing that up because to find a way to forward a positive recommendation to the council, get them to approve it, get the thing built, and start selling Mercedes at that location. So, and overall, I mean, I think it's a great plan. It's much more modest than the prior plans. On this, I guess, if we're going to focus on this perimeter issue, I actually initially had some. First of all, I want to talk about the bike path, the multi-use path. It's pretty clear I'm an avid biker. I live just across the freeway from this site, and I bike past this site 2, 3, 4 times every week. I doubt there are a dozen people in Palo Alto that go by this site more than me. So I know it very well. I thought Mr. Ossing did a good job of briefly describing the pinch point on the street, where as you're coming down East Bayshore, you've got a bike path, but then it ends because 2 lanes goes to 3 to create a turn lane. And then as you wrap around Embarcadero toward the duck pond, it doesn't pick up again until you get not only past this property, but past the Audi property next to it, because you've got this center median and you've got some turning motions. So it's not a great location for biking. And in fact, what I routinely do at that corner, because it's tight, is I ride the sidewalk, right? And that works okay, except right at the corner, and I didn't see an image of it, there's this huge telephone pole right in the middle of the turning motion. And it's actually pretty challenging to get around it without going onto the street or into the landscaping. So it's not an ideal thing. And so, on the one hand, I'm very happy to see that this solution is being proposed. And I'm even more happy to hear that all but a little bit of a corner of it is on public property. Because that's where this belongs. This is a car dealership. This is not a dealer. This is not a use that will generate a lot of bike traffic. And the concept that maybe it should be moved interior in the property onto private property would be, in my view, an improper movement of the burden of this facility to private property that didn't really have anything to do with it, other than just being in the way of something that wants to be a public path. So I'm really happy that it's on public property. I would prefer that we not lose the trees, and I'd be interested to know if staff looked at some modified version that maybe didn't give us the full 10-foot width, but kept the trees, because I know that when I come over the bike bridge and Embarcadero, I guess, right, that Oregon Express Embarcadero, that bike bridge is not 10 feet wide. And then the path that I ride to Bayshore is not 10 feet wide. And when I cross Bayshore and get to the little segment to reach the Bay Trail, that's not 10 feet wide. And I don't even know that the Bay Trails are 10 feet wide in that back area until you wrap around and you're paralleling East Bayshore, where it seems to widen out a little bit. So I'd love to save those trees. And I'd like to know if staff has investigated with the applicant the possibility of narrowing that strip somewhat, maybe taking a foot of the street, if there's room for that, and making a sufficient but less than ideal width of bike path so we could save the trees wrapping that corner.
Yeah, thank you. So I think we're using the VTA bike technical guidelines, the minimum dimension for multi-use paths are 10 feet. So going into the street, that may provide some other constraints that we would have to look into.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that there's not much room in that street, right? It's the reason that there's not a bike stripe lane there now is it gets tight in that corner. And so I don't know that you'd have more than a foot or two that you could legitimately use. But I do think that would be worth investigating to see if we could save, it's a row of, I think 10 trees along that side. And then there are 2 more at the far corner by Audi. And they're lovely and they're low, right? They're under the power lines. And that was when I told my wife about this project, that was the thing that she first asked me. They're not going to take out those trees, are they? So I'd like to see if there's a reasonable way we could save them. So those are my comments on the wraparound issue.
Anybody else want to jump in? Otherwise I can. Good. Vice Chair Suma?
Thank you. I also would like to find a solution that provided the bike path and kept the trees. And I think I'm not 100%. Well, let me first start out by saying that I think this project is vastly improved at a smaller scale, much more appropriate for the Baylands. I appreciate the use of the bird-safe glass. And it seems like a good intention for not having lighting escape the building during dark sky times to also help the birds. And it seems like the car wash has been moved far enough away and there was no noise impact that needed to be mitigated. And that should provide comfort to the neighbors next door. I don't have a problem with the variance for the build to lines. That seems quite appropriate here. I also think that the loading space situation is adequate.
Let's get the bikes.
Okay. But I will note that, well, anyway, but I think we need to find a better solution for 2 things, and that is the shading on site, the tree shading on site, and also the removal of the trees in the location of the bike lane. And if that resulted in a little kind of redesign that took away some of the inventory parking, I think that might be the easiest way to do it. And I think we should do that because I think we should make a bike pedestrian path now while we have the opportunity that's really going to work for the future.
I'll just jump in with a couple of things. As I stated in the staff report, they're mature elms, but they don't touch the wires. So I took that to mean that they can stay there forever, unless there's some maintenance problem that they have to be taken down later. But I took it that they're fine there. The problem is we have to get in the bike lane. If it wasn't that was the worst crossroads and pedestrian and car intersection in the city, I'd say take out that whole lane, because once you get past there, it's not too often that both lanes are taken up. But I just throw that out as an alternative that I know is not possible. But if there's some way we could, steal a little bit of that, and I'm on board with what Commissioner Heckman's saying with that idea to try to come down from 10 feet. I don't know how that works with the VTA standard. And then obviously the other thing we'd have to look at is if you put the bike path in the street, then it's just a bike path. It's not multi-use. So that doesn't really solve that. So we understand the conundrum, but taking down 15 trees and or skipping a bike path there, I agree. It's a problem. So what are there other really creative designs? Like we could move into what is now the private property and somehow compensate the owner for that, or give you some other land somewhere else. And I know that sounds very complicated to be trying to figure out a land swap, but I'm just trying to figure out how to kind of push the edges here to get all of what we need. I'm not sure anybody can address that right now, but again, it's just,
Yeah, thank you. I mean, there certainly are a lot of options that we're hearing from the commission at this time, and maybe there's a conditional approval to kind of explore these options. We don't have any real answers for that at this point.
okay, well, let's go through some of the other comments from on this section of it. And then when we get to the end, we can figure out if there's a way to approve it with recommendations to take further action or if we can't. So Commissioner Rectal?
Yeah. I don't want to lose trees, but I also don't want to. Bulb is even better because people walk side by side and they just don't give you room. And people have, what? Okay. Yeah, people walk side by side and you can't get by them. They have strollers. It's just, it's problematic if you get below 10 feet. On the other side of the street, there's a sidewalk. Where's the property line on that sidewalk? Does the sidewalk cover all the public land, or is there room? Do we know?
So are you speaking about the Stanford Eye Center?
Yep.
I don't know where the property line is there, or if Sylvia, if your team has explored any improvements on that side ever.
No. I don't know where the line is.
Okay. I'm looking at page L1 in the handout, and they showed the replacement trees. What size replacement trees would we be getting on that? You know, the height of those?
I'm trying to look up the page, but Eric, if you know.
I do not know off the top of my head. I believe they're 7 to 12 feet, but I'm with you. I need to look at the landscape plan and verify.
Because looking at these trees under the power lines, they look maybe 20 feet tall. If we can replace them with 12-foot trees, I think that's a big win. You get a 12-foot or a 10-foot bike path. You take a hit for a few years, but you get back pretty quickly. In the long run, that bike path is going to be much, much more important than losing a few feet of trees for several years.
Yeah, I mean, they look like they're 36-inch box trees. And yeah, I was going to bring up that comment about these new trees being oak and maple. I mean, they're going to be, potentially pretty robust trees over time.
A 36-inch box tree should be 12 to 14 feet tall.
Yeah. So if we're doing that, then I would much prefer having the wide bike path.
Was there any consideration given to putting the bike path in the street and a pedestrian path in the area that we're discussing? Or was that ruled out as not standard?
From the applicant's perspective, that was our preferred option, but city staff had told us that was not an option.
So yeah, thanks. We did look at that. That is something that would require a more analysis. Staff were operating from the from the basis of the prior applications here and the rezoning that had stipulated that a bike path should be placed at the sidewalk level. So that was our stance. But we did look at the other analysis, and we did look at how we might be able to fit something in here. It is a much bigger project than just adding a bike path on the frontage of this property.
Okay. Commissioner Chang?
So I think given the trade-off I think I would prioritize the bike path over the trees. However, I'm really concerned about the heat island effect here in combination with the fact that we're also going to have all this impermeable asphalt and a car dealership. Everybody knows that when you go to a car dealership, it's just hot because of all of that asphalt. And then if we take away the trees, it makes it even hotter. And again, that whole area, if you've ever biked through there, is hot because of all the buildings there. So I just didn't know if there was any other, I know that we can't plant anything taller than 15 feet, but is there anything else that can be done? Even if it's not living shade, if there's, say, solar, I mean, what is allowed within that easement? If anything at all.
Thank you. I mean, it's very limited. I think maybe you could put maybe some light fixtures in there, but again, they can't be where you have underground easements. So it's pretty limited. I know the other project had like a storm drain kind of facility in that area. But in all the projects, we haven't seen very much that can happen there.
Okay, and so it looks like it's 10 to 15-foot trees that will be there, which isn't too bad, it seems. Is that what I'm understanding correctly from L1?
Yes, that's correct. But another thing to add too, we were just thinking internally about the existing trees, and if people on bicycles are going to be on basically like a sidewalk level, there may be conflicts with the branches there that have to be trimmed and pruned. So, that's another potential reason to replace those trees as well.
Okay, thank you. I don't have many other comments other than, yeah, I think I'd prioritize the bike path, but it's not a very, I wonder about Commissioner Suma's idea about, can we I mean, I'm looking at the letter from the applicant in the packet where there was an ARB recommendation to put the bike path on private land. And I understand that that's not great because this is that's not city-owned land. But the applicant said something about that vehicle spaces would be lost and that jeopardizes code requirements and manufacturer requirements on site for vehicle storage spaces. And so I'm wondering, what are those code requirements? Like what is the exact implication regarding the code requirements or the manufacturer requirements? And so for code requirements, I'm asking Mr. Ossing, and for the manufacturer requirements, I'd like to ask the applicant.
Yeah, I'm trying to think through the code because we never received a version of the plans where I had to assess the code again based on something revised. So I'm not sure where the applicant was going with that.
We did, Sheldon, if you recall, I think we did analyze that as part of the ARB. And when we decided to put in the bike path and make up for the lost shade trees, because the ARB spent a lot of time talking about these same shade trees, we lost, I believe it was 2 or 3 parking spaces elsewhere on the site to add additional trees, as well as we squeezed in some more where we could. But those 2 or 3 spaces were literally the last 2 or 3 spaces that we could lose and put us right up against the minimum parking requirement as required by code. And the same thing, the manufacturers, the part 2 of answering that question is the manufacturers have a minimum number of spaces. We've submitted this to Mercedes. We are the franchise dealer, and they've approved it, I think, somewhat begrudgingly on the number of spaces. I think they would like to have 2 or 3 times as much as we have, but they've understood the cost of property here and the availability of property on our site. We kind of have what we have, and that's it.
Okay, so to be clear, you're telling me that the requirement from the dealership is at minimum twice the number of inventory spaces that are currently in the plan. And
Manufacturers always want us to provide as much parking as possible. In a site like this, we actually would have additional off-site inventory storage, month-to-month lease type storage, very similar to what we have next door at the Audi dealership. We actually lease spaces from the city of Palo Alto to store excess inventory. And that's just to deal with as inventory increases and decreases.
Okay, thank you. And I do appreciate that this building is much smaller in massing than prior plans and is a better project than prior plans. But I'm just trying to think creatively about, where do we have wiggle room here? Because if we could underpark it and save the trees, that would be amazing.
Commissioner Templeton?
Thank you. I was just thinking about what Commissioner Chang said regarding the trees, and I'm recalling back to probably the 2019 plan, but didn't we talk about like redbuds or crepe myrtles or something that was short that would work?
Yes, there was, that option did include some crepe myrtles, and I think they had a little more room in that one though, because again, that project had there had 300 cars in a mechanical storage system in the building. So they didn't have very much inventory on the outside. I think they had like one row of parking there. So they had a little more room to do such things. The one thing that I just want to mention, I don't mean to take your time on this, is that I did mention in the presentation, but necessarily in the staff report, is that this bike path is a requirement of a TDM requirement. So because of the amount of trips that they have, they need to reduce trips by 20%. And because they're a car dealership, it's difficult for them to meet that. And so this is one of the ways for them to help kind of alleviate that through this bike path. So this is the reason that you're seeing this here. That's the reason you've seen it in the other project. I mean, part of it is, there's a gap here, but that's why it's imposed upon this project.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. Like, we definitely need the bike path. Is there any chance or any way to expand it towards the street instead of, like, if we don't have enough going into the dealership, do we have enough going the other way? Maybe we could narrow the street by a foot or 2 feet.
That's something we need to explore. So maybe that's part of the conditional approval that we put forward.
Because, I mean, that might be a way to handle it. Okay, great. Thank you.
Is there any way just to chime in on this idea of reducing parking, assuming that you could pass that with the manufacturer? Is there any estimate of how many spots we'd have to lose to not take down those trees? Is it another couple, or is it have to reconfigure the parking? I hate to ask this question on the fly, but that's what we're doing right now.
But so if I can answer as the applicant here, we did look at that after the ARB suggested such, and basically the tandem parking along East Bay Shore would go away, and it would be a single row of parking to do that. So we get into two issues, and one is a code, well, three issues actually. One is a code issue, whether or not we need a parking variance. The second one is, as I said, we are to us, as far as being able to retail new and used automobiles, we are at just an absolute minimum on the site. It's extremely small to do this. It's about as small as I think we can do for full service Mercedes dealership.
Well, that's what I was asking, because if you were just going to give up 2 spots, that's one decision. If you're having to give up 12, that's quite another decision. So that's just the kind of order of magnitude I was trying to get to.
Thank you. Yes.
Okay, any other comments on this one? No, we've got that fully solved. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Commissioner Heckman.
Yeah, so I just, actually, first let me start with a question. Mr. Ossing, if we weren't taking out So one of the issues that we have here that we're, supposed to be dealing with is this loss of shading. I think we're down at 41%, where 50% is required. Is removing those mature trees affecting that loss of shading, or are the replacement trees that we're putting there, even though they're smaller, is that covering that? So that's not really the problem.
I think we'll get pretty close if the mature trees were there. But to be honest, it's always been a problem, the parking lot shading for any project that's been on this site. I mean, this easement has been a major constraint for development on this site.
Okay, all right. So it sounds like it's not the whole problem removing those trees, but it's contributing to it. And to me, it seems like that fact justifies finding the exception because so I'm okay with that. But I'm not okay, and I don't think we should be talking about trying to slide this path over onto private property. And that's what we're talking about when we're talking about losing parking spaces and losing inventory spaces. Because the only reason you need to do that is if you're taking up part of the private property for the bike path. And I'll say it again, this project is not generating bicycle related impacts. We've got a TDM plan, and I think if I understood Mr. Ossing correctly, I don't think he was saying that. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but we've done a lot of TDM plans, and they don't all require 10-foot bike paths. The reason we want a 10-foot bike path here is because it's a good link for us, right? It happens to be a property where we don't have this bike connectivity. It's kind of it just is in the way of our bike path, and so we're going to impose a bike path on it on public property, which again is fine. But I don't think we have justification that we would need to slide it onto the private property. So I'd like us to focus. I hope we will focus our recommendation on this path staying on public property on the city right of way, and whether it really does need to be 10 foot, and if so, is there a way to slide it over and take up a foot or two of the street, which might require a little bit more analysis? And if that happened, would it save those trees, which would reduce the shading problem?
Excuse me, through the chair, I think Sylvia wanted to make a comment.
Sure. Just let me respond to Commissioner Heckman first, because I just want to be on the record clearly that I was not suggesting that we trade off parking spaces to put our bike space there, because before I was talking about something out there called a land swap. So I'm not presuming that this is a cost that the property the property owner would be subject to.
Yeah. And I didn't understand your comments that way either.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, Sylvia, go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to clarify that our TDM policy for this area that's outside of downtown and Cal Ave requires a trip reduction of 20%. This project will never be able to meet that policy. And the bike plan is, the bike path is a fantastic option for this applicant. It's there to put forward in lieu of meeting a policy. So I just want to clarify that this bike path is not here just because we want to have a bike path. It's here also to provide a way for this applicant to get a little closer to meeting a TDM policy that, unfortunately, because it's an auto-oriented dealership, they will not be able to meet.
Yeah, I think we're getting to consensus here that this bike path is not optional. it's absolutely essential for all the reasons that we've discussed, because it really fixes a bigger problem that we have there, of people just walking on the street to get to the Baylands. So I think it's going to be a great improvement.
Yeah, thanks.
Commissioner Chang, you have a comment?
So as I understand it, this applicant will never meet the city's TDM requirements. And yet this bike path is proposed as a way to then meet it, except the bike path is on public land. So is it just that the applicant's paying for the construction of the bike path? Or I'm trying to understand what they are contributing, given other than the small little corner of easement, to the construction of the bike path that sort of mitigate, as part of their TDM, sort of a substitute for their TDM.
So I know, Sheldon, you can jump in, but I mean, there would be construction of the path and whatever is needed to build the path. And then their TDM obligation is done, except for what little they could do, if possible, with their own employees. So there's not, I don't know, Sheldon, you can correct me, but if there were any other land use that was coming in here that wasn't auto-oriented, they'd have to reduce their trips by 20%, and that would be an expense they would pay in perpetuity.
Thank you. That does clarify things a lot. And I know it's not cheap to build a bike path, but yet this is a one-time thing. Okay.
Do we want to step up to the shade issue? Have comments on that? The 50% requirement and the proposal is hitting 41 at this point. Commissioner Chang, go ahead.
I think I'm largely okay with the shade requirement as is because of the easement restrictions. It seems pretty reasonable, but that doesn't, it is interrelated with the loss of the street trees. And so that's the part where I'm thinking, gosh, if we could just, I don't love the idea of going into the private property, but maybe if there's something creative that we could do there, because there is this traffic impact as well as the shade impact from the trees, it just, I know that we as a city want the revenue from a car dealership, but it's not good that there's a project that will essentially never meet the TDM requirements.
Vice Chair Suma?
So circling back to something Ms. Starlack just said, is there an expectation that employees will be biking to work? I thought I heard you say that.
Thanks, Commissioner. We would be requiring that TDM efforts would be attempted on employees if possible, but we're not requiring. We don't require particular methods, but they would need to try to do something.
Okay, but I think if we're thinking about that, I think that they will probably need shower facilities at this location if we think people are going to be biking there. And then is there no kind of tree that can be planted in the East Bay Shore easement, the whole section?
The trees that they're planting are the locations and where and the size that they can put in there. They're just, PG&E is pretty strict about things. And then you also have, again, some underground facilities. So you have to stay outside of those completely because you can't have any roots adjacent to the pipes or in the easement adjacent to the pipes.
Okay. Yeah, this is a pretty tough site, actually. But I'm sort of uncomfortable with getting rid of the city trees and not having the shade trees. And I would think we could find a place to put some more, hopefully. And then also, I don't know. I don't know if the applicant can, I believe you said you're already have inventory in other sites, increasing the inventory at off-site and finding more room on this location.
If that was that a question?
Sure.
Okay, sorry. I want to make sure that.
Go
that's
ahead.
a question. We have, like I said, we've knocked it down to what we feel is really absolute minimum of inventory on site. Actual ready inventory is likely going to be below 25 or 30 cars, which is extremely low. I think one of the reasons we have this struggle is we chose not to build the 5-story parking elevator cars, big monstrous building. We kept. I think, the shade from where we started with the first ARB application, the shade that we lost with those trees, and staff will know how many times I told them that I did not want to lose those trees. I am very much an urban tree person. And I'm also a cyclist too. But we did make up through additional plantings on the rest of the site, as well as the additional trees at the Baylands. So I think we did our best to mitigate those trees, which I love, but those trees that we'd be losing in exchange for the bike path.
I'm not sure who could answer this question, but I think the very first car iteration of this project had all the inventory somewhere across the Dumbarton Bridge. I don't know. I think that's kind of the pressure point for me, is the inventory. And I understand it's almost the bare minimum for your standards in your industry, but it's kind of a problem at this location.
You referenced before a solar canopy. Can you just tell us what that would look like? And architecturally, and where that would go?
Eric Iverson, applicant again. The solar canopy would be over the inventory parking between the Audi and the Mercedes stores. So along that property line, not necessarily, since once again, we can't put it underneath the PG&E easement. That really seemed like the only location. They'd be your traditional parking lot canopy type structures.
Looks like an open garage, basically.
Not so much like a carport, but more of a column with a cantilevered roof over it.
Mm-hmm. Okay, Commissioner Chang, your light's still on? No? Okay. Any other question on, yes, she does. Commissioner Chang.
Yeah, I did want to, kind of in response to what Commissioner Sumo was saying about the inventory, if we want a car dealership for the revenue for the city, and because it's a good use here, it seems, I do think that this design of car dealership is vastly, vastly, vastly better than all the other designs of car dealerships where there's a building in which to park the cars. So if that were the trade-off, because I am noting that these guys are way below the FAR, this is the better trade-off to make. In other words, less shade, but also there's not a massive building there. So I don't know if that helps you at all think about this.
Okay. Other categories you want to bring up? I want to just bring up sort of a new one here that's a real old one, which is the traffic issue. When we saw this last time, I understand we use the LOS standard for determining congestion, and that intersection was an F, defined as an F, which means it's the worst, literally it's the worst one in the city. And now the standard has changed to VMT instead of LOS. But it's sort of confusing to me that it seems like there's still going to be, even with a smaller footprint of the building, there's still going to be the same kind of drop-offs and pickup and repair and all that. So it seems like the same kind of cars are coming through there. We just changed from VMT to LOS to VMT, and poof, the problem is solved. I know that's the issue relative to CEQA, but we actually haven't made that change in the city. So why wouldn't we also take a look at that on LOS? And I went and read that document and printed out a few pages of it right here. And there are suggested from 19, there are some suggested mitigations to take care of the 138 new trips in the morning and 177 new trips in the afternoon, which, could have changed plus or minus since then. But why wouldn't we take a look at mitigation measures for the same problems that we had 3 years ago?
So yes, thank you for that. And you're correct that CEQA's thresholds are vehicle miles traveled and not level of service. The city's comprehensive plan has level of service, but the 2019 project included the Audi site along with the Mercedes site. So it was like 5 acres in size. It was a much larger project, a much larger building, much larger enterprise. And so the numbers that you've quoted are correct for the previous project. This project alone is much smaller. And when we have run the LOS analysis, it doesn't reach those thresholds. And those are contained in the transportation analysis in Appendix B of the addendum, which is the new transportation, the new environmental document, and also summarized in the environmental document. So there are no transportation impacts regarding VMT or LOS for this new project.
So that's because I'm still just trying to do the math to get comfortable with that. So the Audi dealership would have gone up with the bigger project. Is that what you're basically saying? We had more traffic to the Audi dealership in and out than we're having now, even though it's the same Audi dealership still sitting there?
So what that would have done was the showroom would have stayed the same on the site. So for both properties, the showroom would have remained, and they would have added on to the Audi building, it would be much bigger with service.
Yeah.
And then you include on top of that the Mercedes site, which included a much larger facility.
Right. But what I'm trying to figure out is that the Audi dealership is the same as when you looked at it before, unless you thought there was going to be a lot more cars because it was a bigger dealership. Was that the case? Because it seems like the only thing that's changed is the size of the Mercedes dealership in that street. And we still have this amount of cars to deal with regardless of the size. I mean, he has 25 cars on the lot, but he'd love to sell 25 a day and put 25 more in there, right? So there's still going to be a lot of traffic to the site. It's not relative to the inventory there.
Yeah, I think that it's has to do with there's certain Institute of Traffic Engineers, Transportation Engineers has certain numbers that they use, trip generators, and there's the showroom aspect, and then there's the service. The service is a bigger generator.
Yeah.
Of it. The Audi site, again, they'd have to back out whatever was going to be on that site and just focus really on the Mercedes site. The Audi site now remains a existing project, a background project. So it's more part of the cumulative amount than the actual project impact.
Okay. I'm not sort of questioning your analysis. I'm questioning if you did the analysis.
No, we did. We certainly did. I'm just trying to make it clear because it is a little confusing how this project happened.
Because 3 years ago, that was the stumbling block for me. I mean, that was just going to be more gridlock, if you can imagine it, than it is right now. So.
Right. I do remember there was going to be a roundabout and yeah.
Yeah. Tough. Okay. Commissioner Rectal, I'm sorry, I don't know who was on first here.
Yeah. Really basic question. how do we determine how many trips a car dealership is going to generate? Right, because you have high volume dealerships, you have low volume dealerships, but yet we're planning ahead of time. We don't know their business model. So is it like a percentage of cars, it's a function of number of parking spaces, or how do we calculate this?
I'm gonna call on maybe Sylvia to help out here, and I'll look at the actual analysis itself, but it does have the trip generator and what they use. But maybe Sylvia, you can talk the commissioners through that.
Sorry, can you restate the question?
So if we have a car dealership, how do we predict how many trips it's going to generate? Is it dependent on the square footage of the showroom? Is it dependent on the number of parking spots that they're going to have for inventory?
Thanks. I'm not sure about the inventory number. It's generally based on there are different ways you can do it. You can base it on the square footage of the showroom, but if there's service bays, the service bays are the major trip generator because those are going all day, right? So you would want to use both.
Okay.
Commissioner Heckman?
The car wash. I appreciate Ms. Lim speaking to us tonight and also sending in an email in advance. And I also appreciate, Mr. Iverson, that you have moved the car wash from wherever it was. It sounds like pretty close to that property line in the last version, which our council nonetheless found with mitigations wouldn't cause a noise impact, but now it's moved some 40 feet away. So it didn't sound to me like Ms. Lim was aware of that because she was talking about it being so close to where their, I guess, where their picnic tables are and their food truck comes. So I'd encourage her, if she's still listening, to contact Mr. Ah Sing and he can help understand where it's been moved to. And I'm hoping that will adequately address your concerns. Next issue I wanted to ask about is the remaining improvements on the Audi site. Packet page 21. Mr. Austin, can you help me understand what's left to do over there?
Right, thank you. What are we talking about? So there's more history. So the Audi site, you have a very nice looking showroom right now, and that was part of a project, I think like 2015, maybe a little less than that, maybe earlier than that. And the whole site was going to be redeveloped. So it was going to include some parking lot improvements in the rear, the change of the trash enclosure. But the city did have a deferral of those improvements in the rear of the property in exchange for a certificate of occupancy, so the dealership can get going. So we've been working with the dealership. There's a bond, an improvement bond, to ensure that these improvements get completed. We've kind of run into some snags, some delays, and so we just want to ensure that the rest of the improvements that were approved and promised to get completed are completed timely.
Okay, so it's reminding me sometimes when houses get built, they tear down something, build a new one, and for some reason the house get built, moved in, and like the landscaping doesn't get done for like years, and it's always kind of perplexing. Mr. Iverson, if I can ask you, is there, what's your, apart from conditions that the city might impose, what's your plan to finish off the Audi dealership?
We have submitted that one to the city of Palo Alto for permit. There's 3 items that were required, and that is landscaping, revising the lighting at the back of the lot, and a trash enclosure.
Okay.
And one of those reasons, the trash enclosure is going to be co-used with the brand new trash enclosure at Mercedes. So that takes care of one of the 3 issues. The light poles are actually sitting on site, waiting for us to finish going through the permit process. And the handful of trees will then follow. So there's no issues from our side other than going through the permit process.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. I will say that I'm a little uncomfortable with condition 14 because it seems like happenstance that we're imposing a requirement on one project that doesn't have anything to do with that project. It's a different project, and if I wouldn't think it was right if Mr. Iverson had an Audi dealership 2 miles away in Palo Alto, and we were trying to cross connect them this way. So again, I think he needs to get it done, and I think we have other remedies. And I just think it's kind of a slippery slope when we start imposing conditions in one project that don't relate to that project. So I'd like to see condition 14 gone. And then condition 19, which Mr. Iverson referenced. And so I've looked at the site plan and I can see the storm drain running. It really runs through the row of parking closest to the building on the East Bay Shore side. And so I'd like to hear from staff, and it kind of runs right through the middle of the parking spaces, a little closer to the curb side maybe than to the tail side. So I'd like to hear from
Yes, thank you. So we actually just heard about this this concern this afternoon, and there wasn't enough time to kind of figure that out with our public works staff. So we do need to look into that.
Oh, okay. All right. Again, when I first read the condition, I was thinking it must be, sort of butting right up against the foundation. So if you ever needed to get access to it, you'd be chipping into the foundation, but it doesn't look in this location like that. So I think I would like to move this forward tonight, and we'll have to figure out a way to craft some flexibility for staff on that condition, so that if they determine after looking at it, and I do understand it's just brought to you, if they determine that maybe that can go away, then it should, that condition. Okay, those were the last of my items. Thanks.
I would concur with both of those points that you raised relative to those two conditions. I think it's unnecessarily onerous on the property owner. Okay, comments on anything we haven't commented on? Commissioner Chang.
Mr. Ossing, I had a question for you about the pavement restoration piece that the applicant brought up. Can you tell us more why that's in there? Just give us some background.
Great, thank you. This one we did have a little more time. Heads up from the applicant on. So this is a standard condition for large projects, and what happens is you may have some large equipment that go in and out of the site, and that does damage the city streets. And so it's to ensure that any damage that's done by a project is restored. So there are certain specifications that the city has, and for the most part, we can't say exactly what those will be in the condition, but there will be a public works inspector that goes out there and determines the extent of the damage and the restoration requirements.
So the follow-on question I have is that if the damage were not so extensive as to need the 3.5-inch grind and overlay, then would the city request less? So in other words, could we change the language to make it, I mean, I hear the applicant's point about it. There's no point redoing a street if it doesn't need to be redone, or to dig deeper if it doesn't need to be dug deeper. So how is that actually handled in reality?
Yeah, thank you. I think the issue that the applicant has is with the 3.5-inch dimension that's called out. So, if the commission wanted to, you'll have it so it's more flexible for the inspector to determine the extent. That's fine with the city staff. But maybe we could get some clarification as well from our city attorney on maybe what the best way to craft that condition so that the city is protected in that way.
Okay, yeah, I think it would make a lot of sense to have some flexibility there if we can, just so that we're not doing work that doesn't need to be done, but also protects the city. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, so I think if the commission just provides that direction to add flexibility to that condition, we can work with our public works staff to make sure that the language covers our bases.
Thank you.
Okay, would someone like to make a motion of approval with some flexibility on conditions of approval with mutual agreement? Mr. Heckman?
Yeah, let me try it out. I move that the PTC recommend staff's recommendation on this item with the following modifications. The deletion of condition 14, the deletion of condition 21, unless the city determines that it will not be able to reasonably access without damaging the building foundation, and adding flexibility to condition 31.
Wait, do you mean condition 19 instead of 21?
Oh, sorry. Yes, I did. I meant, condition 21 is the storm drain condition. Sorry. All right, I'm stuck. Condition 19 is the storm drain condition that I intended to refer to. And then adding flexibility to condition 31 regarding the extent of repaving that would be necessary dependent upon the impacts.
Okay.
I'll end the motion there. I didn't include anything about changing the bike path.
Let's just get a second and see if we want to trim it up at all.
I'll second.
Second by Commissioner Rectal. Everybody okay with that motion as is? It's not the shortest I've ever heard, but it does. Is staff okay with that motion in terms of understanding the direction there?
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear to me. Thank you.
I'm glad this is recorded because it was long. Okay. Any other discussion or comment? All right, let's do a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Hackman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay. Good work on a very complicated issue. Good work by staff as well on a very complicated issue, and thanks for the cooperation of the developer. Okay. Next item, I believe, is approval of these minutes. On the 28th is the only one. Is that correct? Right. All right. So read us what we have here, Medina. We need a motion to approve September 28th, 22 draft verbatim and summary minutes, correct? Okay.
I'll move as revised. Did I revise the summary? Both. That's both revised summary and verbatim.
Any second?
Second.
Vice Chair Suma seconds. Any questions, comments? All right. Roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Chang,
Yes.
Commissioner Hackman,
Yes.
Chair Lowing,
Yes.
Commissioner Rectal,
Yes.
Vice Chair Suma,
Yes.
Commissioner Templeton.
Yes.
Motion carries 6-0.
Okay, thank you. Then any commissioner questions, comments, announcements? Okay, and then on future agenda items, Commissioner Templeton, before you came, we just referenced the fact that for November, you're the liaison, and there probably will be some items there.
Specifically, Ms. French mentioned that the CUP thresholds are on November 7th, and I'll be your backup for that night, so let me know if you can't make it.
I can't make it.
Okay. I'm on it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Chang?
And I would just like to thank Commissioner Heckman for being my backup for that, because I was supposed to back up Commissioner Templeton, and I cannot make it as well.
Okay, and then thanks to staff. This time of year, we start to plan out the liaisons, and so they've done this, tentative sketch-in basis for the first 6 months of the year. So you get another chance in January, Commissioner Templeton. You're up first as this is currently written. But we'll take obviously a close look at that in December. And we talked about agenda items for the future that are on the books, and I think that's it. So any other questions? All right, good work tonight. Thanks a lot. We stand adjourned at 10:28.